Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Miss, I just want to rename yourself to your correct name. So when we text about,
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I have
okay,
the numbers on the top here.
what's your name?
Rosemary Harry Prasad.
Rosemary.
MLY
Uh-huh.
Harry Prasad. HARRIPERSAD.
All right. So is this the room you're using for the opening program?
Well, this is the room for the Form 5s and Form 6.
But where the opening program coming from? Which one of the rooms?
Not sure. I can find out and let me just send a text and find out.
Yeah, because that's the room I'll have to queue up the prayer and anthem, I think, but I don't know.
All right, let me just
Then,
call
yeah, sure.
Denise and I would put a message on the chat or I'll see if you're on. Yeah.
Hi, morning, everyone.
Good morning again.
Yeah, Raj. All right. So I just spoke to sorry about that. Yeah. So she said she's using the form 4 room
Oh, 4 room for the anthem.
for the opening program. That's Miss Denise.
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently the first person who is coming on the program
Yeah.
is actually the same presentation for all 3 rooms.
The first person coming in is what?
I don't know who it is because we're still trying to get that information from her, but it's going to be the same presenter for all 3 rooms. So I need to get a list of like who's coming on when or which is joined,
Yeah.
right? So I guess once I know that and which room they're going into, then we'll be able to sort that one.
So I would have to go to the second room for the prayer and the anthem. And
No, you're staying right here.
okay.
We don't have to move at all because this is the form 5, form 6 room.
Yes.
But it's just that there's no moderation and nothing to present for that session because that coming in from, well, I don't know which room. Maybe it's this room or the other one. I'm still waiting on that information.
Okay. Okay.
And what is? Do you have a program like what's running in the room?
Just print it out.
Because we need to get that because we wouldn't know what to queue up, what to sort.
Okay, so I will text it in the group and ask them to send it to. What's your email?
admin@rscinternational.org.
Yes, no, ADMIN at
rscinternational.org.
rscinternational.org. That's it? All right, I would send it to you.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so quick one. Should I make everyone co-host to control? Who is the moderator, Miss you, Miss Simpson?
No, Alma Simpson is the presenter for this morning. Yeah, but I think you could put everybody as co-host because we changing different times.
All right, so Miss Simpson presenting what time?
Um well, it's supposed to be from 8 to 11.
Okay, so should I make everyone? Miss Simpson is the moderator.
For the
Good
Form
morning.
5 group.
Form 5?
Form 4 and 5 and 6
5
group,
and 6.
group 3.
Okay, so you are the moderator then, right, for 5 and 6?
Alma Simpson.
Yeah, well, she's in here. Now, remember, we are
Okay.
streaming right now, so everything you do, everything you say on camera is being streamed, huh? So I'm making everyone co-host just here, right? Which means that anyone could shut down your room. So just be super careful with what you're clicking, right?
Mr. Ramnas,
Yes.
the link for the students is the same link?
No, this is the presentation room.
Oh Lord.
I'll put it on the chat, the Form 6 link.
Because this has gone to the students.
This link went to the students?
Yep.
That's not supposed to happen. So we have students in the room right now?
Possibly.
You want to look at the participants and just check?
Yeah, I'm seeing names coming in. I'm almost sure these are not how you call them? These are not
Presenters?
providers.
Yeah. I'd send 2 sets of links, one for the students and one for the registration for the participants, and not participants, sorry, presenters is a separate link. Okay, so hi, good morning, everyone. Could you please identify yourself in chat if you're a student? And if you're a student, apologies, an error, this link was sent to you. This is where the presentation is being done from. So I'm gonna put the student registration link on the chat. So if you could just copy it and then transfer to that particular feed. So in the chat right now, there's a link and you will just transfer onto that link.
Mr. Raj, could you send in the group, WhatsApp group, the links for the students, please, so that we could rectify it?
Sure. Right. So what I'll have to do is separate it by the different rooms.
Yes.
Because this link here is specific to room 6.
I thought this was room 3. Okay, no problem.
This here right now is rooms 5 and 6.
Good morning, Devika. I see just joined. Is Devika hearing me? I suspect
Yes, miss.
strongly.
Morning.
Is this a student?
Yeah, miss.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the chat a link for you, and you will join this link instead. Join on this link instead. This one was sent to you in error. So I just put the correct link for you to join, right?
Okay,
Thank
miss.
you.
Mm.
Good morning. Can Marcus hear me? You just came into the room. Marcus, are you a student? Marcus, if you can hear me and you're a student, I'm about to put into the chat a link that I need you to click on. That is a link for students. This link was sent to you in error. So please click on the appropriate link in the chat. Thank you. Hi, good morning. I'm seeing an Edison Doyle. Are you a presenter? Just confirming.
Yes, I'm a presenter.
Thank
Hello?
you so much.
Okay. Hi, morning. How you doing? I'm gonna call. You're going one to one? Yeah. Okay, what's that? Make that no. No. And then what time will be free, sorry? In an hour's time should be okay. In an hour? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see, there's one question. Yeah, sure. Yeah, CCL's money was depleted, as I had mentioned. Right. Now, I sent an email last week and I sent another one yesterday. Mr. Conrad has not responded. We are supposed to pay BR and NIS. If we don't pay it, but payments are supposed to go to the prepared, I will prepare a promise payments. But if we don't pay
Right, so Mr. Tyson, are you here and ready? Hi, good morning, Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Raj here, Ramdas. Just making sure that everything is good. You're ready to go, right?
Yeah, I am good. Just to confirm, so I'm just going to say a little bit about myself and also encourage the students to work hard, study hard, and focus on school, right?
I just tech support. You'll have to clear that with Ms. Tyson. Are you doing any share screen or videos or anything?
No, 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 no.
Okay, so you all go then, right?
All right, and I should be on video, correct?
Yes, but not yet. We're just waiting on Ms. Tyson to start, and then you go on video.
Okay, let me know. Thanks.
Mr. Raj,
Yes.
links, please,
Links for
for room 3 and 4.
you want a direct link for 3 and 4? Okay. I'll just
For
give me 1 second.
students. A pleasant good morning, students, and welcome to our virtual career, the first of its kind in Southeastern. We're just setting things up for you. You know how these things can go. We have a few technical challenges that we're trying to iron out before we begin our official career fair program. So sit tight, grab a glass of water if you need to, and relax. We'll be with you in just a moment. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, members of the Southeast District, students, parents. We're about to get started. Could you please stand for the national anthem and opening prayer to be followed by Ms. Tyson.
A pleasant morning to all service providers present, all seat officials, teachers, and students. Please bow your heads as we share a word of prayer. Praise be to you, Almighty God, Creator of the universe and all that is in it. We thank you, O Father, for the opportunity which you have given us to increase our knowledge. May your divine grace enable us to study hard and use what we learn for the good of our fellow citizens. We pray that you free us from selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Warm our hearts with love, fill our minds with understanding, and strengthen our wills in the face of all difficulty. Help us, O Father, to make our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago the kind of place you want it to be. A place where human dignity is respected and where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged and rewarded, and where you, O God, reign supreme.
Ms. Tyson.
Good morning to Southeastern Educational District. On behalf of Southeastern Educational District guidance officers, counselors, and all our guidance officers, assistants from OJT, we want to take this opportunity to thank God for this beautiful day. We want to encourage everyone at this point to join us as we partner with several stakeholders who will share a wealth of information to direct our Form 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6 students. We believe we are living in some difficult times. We have seen what COVID has done, whereby our beautiful students now have to study online. And of course, we are faced with several challenges. But today, we want to provide a service whereby every child from Southeastern, and even those who may join us from other districts today, to recognize that in the midst of difficulties, there are so many opportunities for growth and development. And even for the Form 3s who are about to choose their subjects, that they will be able to choose it wisely. And even for the Form 5 students who are getting ready, and the Form 6 students getting ready for exams, that they will be positioned to make wise choices. And today we stand as guidance officers and counselors and guidance officers assistants. We're going to be with you. We have a caliber of excellent presenters, and they are going to share with you and guide you forward to choose the right career path. I want to thank the DSS and the SS3 and Ms. Bastian, our coordinator, who is in charge of counseling, and all guidance officers. I want to publicly thank all these people who are standing behind us as we start our first day. I want to thank Mr. Raj Ramdas, who with his company have allowed us this platform. So I do not want to be long. So I just want to say, and I hope I did not miss anyone, thank you for standing with us to allow us this platform to reach all our students in Southeastern. And if, I'm humbly asking, if there's any student who did not get a link, I'm asking you right now, get on that WhatsApp and share it to all your friends so that you could be part of this dynamic move. As we say, hope for a brighter future. Thank you. God bless our nation. God bless and keep St. Vincent as they're going through a little turbulent period. God bless all our Caribbean countries. And today we're going to have an excellent day. God bless our children who are going to come on and enjoy this career fair for the next 3 days. Thank you. God bless you.
I'd like to thank Ms. Tyson so kindly, our GO2, acting for that welcome remark this morning. And we move swiftly along into a special item of music to be done by the Sweet Chorale. This is a choir that came out of the Princestown area. And you may, if you look, see some familiar faces, join with the Sweet Chorale as they sing their praises.
Gonna build a mountain from a little hill. Gonna build a mountain, it's my hope, my will. gonna try. Gonna build a daydream from a little home. Gonna push that daydream up the mountain slope. Gonna build a daydream, gonna see it through. Gonna build a mountain on a daydream, gonna make them both come true. Gonna build a heaven from a little heaven. Gonna build a heaven and then go down there. If I build my mountain with a lot of care and take my dream up the mountain, heaven will be waiting there. When I build that heaven, as I will someday, and the Lord sends Gabriel to take me away. Wanna find young son to take my place. I leave a son in my heaven on earth with the Lord's good grace. Gonna build, gonna build, gonna build, gonna build. I'm gonna build a mountain from a little hill. Gonna build a mountain. I hope I will. Gonna build a mountain. Gonna build it high. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Only know I'm gonna try. Only know I'm gonna try. Only know I'm gonna try. Only know I'm gonna try.
Oh, wasn't that beautiful? Gonna build a mountain, gonna build it high. Not too sure how I'm gonna do it, but I know that I'm going to try. And that's what we want to do as students. We want to build the mountain of our lives. We want to build it big. We want to build it tall. We want to build it strong. And indeed, our theme for this morning is hope for a brighter future. Our virtual career fair theme, hope for a brighter future. And I am Miss Simpson, and I will be taking you through for the first part of today's career fair. I will be taking you through various service providers this morning. I hope you all are as excited as I am about this career fair. Yeah, and we're gonna move swiftly along. I believe Ms. Tyson has some remarks to declare our official career fair open. Ms. Tyson?
So at this time, we officially declare Southeastern Educational District first virtual career fair, hope for a brighter future open. Thank you, and we're going to have an excellent victorious day. Right back to you, Ms. Simpson.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Tyson. So we're all official now, and we're getting right into it. Joining us first this morning, we have Mr. Doyle, and he's coming to us from Acropolis Medical Center. And AMC, Acropolis Medical Center, is a community-focused facility uniquely positioned to provide you, your family, and organization with genuine health care. Our team of local and international professionals possess a wealth of knowledge and expertise in specialized, high-demand services areas, inclusive of pediatric, dental, dialysis, internal medicine, and cardiothoracic medicine, which is heart and lung conditions. So I would like to welcome Mr. Doyle to present to us from Acropolis Medical Center.
Hi, good morning to all. It's a pleasure to share this morning and this time with, I guess, the staff and the admin and also the students. What I want to do this morning really is, first of all, just to give a little bit of information on myself. I think I have 30 minutes. Am I correct?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So I'll give myself some time to speak about myself and just a little encouragement to the students on success. Success is a function of choice and not chance. And then I will take some questions after that. So that's the way that I will make this down. I want to share my screen and provide some information. Can you allow me to share my screen, please? All right. Okay, so this is who I am, Edison Doyle, FCCA, CPA, CG, and I'll run through this quickly because you can ask whatever questions you have afterwards. It's not too important. My academic qualifications, I'm a fellow of the Certified and Chartered Accountants of UK. I'm a Chartered Professional Accountant of Canada, as a CGA with Canada also. From an academia perspective, I have a doctorate in leadership and management. I have a master's in business administration from the University of Toronto, a postgraduate diploma in strategy from Harvard. I'm a certified management trainer with John Maxwell. Academia, I was a dean of the business faculty of KC Leadership Institute in Canada. I'm a former member of the Curriculum Development Committee for the MBA program for the University of Toronto, former member of the IT Management Board of the University of Rice University, a former member of the Board of Governors from the Tyndale University, former member of the board, University of the West Indies, Capital Funding Committee. Now, my major highlights in terms of academia, it's in terms of experience, sorry, excuse me, I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of Acropolis Medical Center, a partner in a CPA firm in Miami, president of EDBS. I'm a vice president of Trinidad. And then Chief Financial Officer, Elomax Capital, Chief Operating Officer, Lucent Technologies, and so on. Just at the end, I saw a choir a short while ago, and I'm also an avid musician and married for the past 48 years with four children, a wife, 4 children, and 7 grandchildren. So this is a little bit about myself. What I want to do this morning, there's some noise in the background, so let me just try to take off that noise. Hold a second, okay? There's some noise in the background. Are you all hearing me clearly? One second.
Yes.
I'm just taking a check here.
Yes, I'm hearing you, Dr. Doyle, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so so what I want to do is to share a brief presentation that I have here, and the presentation is about success. Okay, what is success? Excuse me. The definition of success, the benefits of success, the principles of success, the barriers to success, the formula for success, and the 5 I's, and then I'll conclude. And we can take some questions. We can take some questions after that. The definition of success. Success is a favorable or desired outcome, the attainment of wealth, favor, or eminence. This is the Webster Dictionary. John Maxwell says it's the progressive realization of a predetermined goal. Now, if success is a favorable or desired outcome, which is an outcome,
Yes, yeah.
for a result to occur, an action or series of action must take place. In other words, I am sure that as students, you all want to be successful. We all want to be successful. We all have aspirations to be a pilot, to be an accountant, to be a doctor, to be an engineer. This first bullet point, it really tells us that in order for you to achieve success, there has to be an input. There has to be an input. So therefore, you cannot expect to be successful if you do not put in your time with doing your homework, put in your time with doing your research, put in your time by sacrificing some of the, I guess, parties and so on that you may want to go. If you want to be successful, it has to come from a sacrifice. Bullet point number 2, your quest for success can be aimed towards the achievement of a spiritual, physical, emotional, educational, financial, career, or business relationships. You want to be successful for, for several different reasons. We all have that desire to be successful. Number 3, God has made us all equal. The difference between a successful and an unsuccessful person is that the successful person goes and does what the unsuccessful person will not do. Okay, so we have to make sure that we do whatever is required to be successful as students. Now, I went to school myself, obviously. I'm not sure if I'm speaking to the 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th form, but suffice it to say, I played a lot in school, and I didn't really apply myself the way I should have applied myself in school, because I was extremely playful. The high school that I went to, there was a school orchestra at the time, and I played a lot of music, and I played a lot of music, a lot of soccer, but I didn't apply myself at the time as much as I should have. And I paid the price afterwards, because I had to study a lot harder after leaving school in order to catch up and achieve the goals that I wanted to achieve. So really, as you are in school now, make good use of the facilities you have, understand, work along with your teachers, and ensure that you put in the work in order to be successful. Now, the road to success is not an easy one. Otherwise, it would have been overcrowded. Okay, so being successful is not an easy task. Otherwise, it would be the road would be successful. What are some of the benefits of being successful? 1, internal satisfaction. You feel good about yourself. Number 2, there's a sense of accomplishment. I have tried something, I've accomplished something. I saw recently, I believe it was the SEA results, where on television there were several students, both male and female, who were successful in I guess the top 5 or so, and there were broad smiles on their faces. Why? Because there's a certain amount of a feeling of accomplishment that you have when you're successful. When you're successful, there's a peace of mind. There's a peace of mind. You have the ability to help others. You have a fulfilled life. You can do a lot more the more successful you are. You leave an inheritance and a legacy. Well, I am up in age, and one of my things are ready to leave an inheritance for my children and my grandchildren. That is an important thing. It's a worthwhile dash. Credibility. You become, when you speak, when you talk, folks will listen to you because you have the track record of being successful. What are the principles of success? Luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. In other words, there is no word as luck in the true business or in the true in life. But if there's a definition of luck, is when preparedness meets opportunity. I must tell you guys and gals, it is tough out there. It is difficult out there. In the work field, it is difficult. In my days, once you had 5 O-levels, you were considered a brains. Then that moved from 5 O-levels to 3 A-levels. You were considered good. You didn't have to go to university. Then you had to have your first degree. First degree today really means almost nothing. Then it moved from a first degree to a second degree, a master's. And so there are so many masters and PhDs out there today. The world, but Trinidad and Tobago is full of educated people, which means that the competition is really tough out there. So you have to give it your best shot in order to achieve the goals that you want to achieve, because the competition is really tight out there. And you know, being successful is not only through academia. When I say academia, having book knowledge, being an economist, being an accountant or so. If you have the ability to use your hands and you can draw, you can paint, I mean, you're a musician, you can do whatever, just do it and give it your best shot. Let me keep on going. Some people dream success. Some people talk success. Some people even act successful, and others wake up and they work hard at it. I'm sure that as students, you don't just want to dream success. You don't just want to talk success. You do not want to act successful. But what you want to do, you want to wake up and you want to work hard at it. There's only one place where success permanently comes before work. If I had a feedback time, probably someone could have given me an answer, but I'll tell you for the sake of time. The only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary, because S comes before W. No other, in the real life, you have to work in order to be successful. What you hope to do with ease, you must first learn to do with diligence. I always draw the example of riding a bicycle, and I'm sure most of you guys could ride a bicycle. When you were learning to ride a bicycle, you can, or your parent or your big brother or sister or so would allow you to go on that bicycle and it will be in a vertical or an upright position, and yet you will fall. Once you make one pedal, you will fall. But after you kept trying and trying and trying, then you can ride a bicycle anyhow you want. The same goes for swimming. When you were learning to swim, you can do what you want. You will go to the bottom of the pool or to the bottom of the sea. But after you learn to swim, you can float, you can just hang out loose and you will not sink. The lesson here is what you hope to do with ease in the future, you have to learn to do with diligence. So nothing good comes easy. You have to work and you have to work hard. What are some of the barriers of success? You know, what are some of the things that cause us not to be successful? One, a fear of failure, rejection, and the unknown. Oh my gosh, you know, I don't like writing exams. I think I would fail my exam. I'm afraid of failure. Don't let that prevent you from giving it your best shot. Don't let it prevent you from being successful. A pessimistic outlook. It means that you always look on the dark side of things. You know something, I'm not good enough. I don't think this is for me. You cannot have that kind of outlook if you don't want to be successful. You know, most of you all probably will know who Michael Jordan is. Michael Jordan says, you always miss 100% of the shots you do not take. So if you fail to make a shot, if you fail to get that ball in the hoop, you would never get it in the hoop because you failed to take the shot. So you have to take that shot. You have to do what you are supposed to do. You have homework to do, get your homework done. You have research to do, get your research done. You have group work to do, get your group work done. And trust me on this one, the more you work, and now is the time you have the opportunity to do it, because later in life, it becomes more difficult. I know some people, including myself, some people studied a lot in their 30s and 40s. But then you have family responsibilities. You have to work, plus you have to study, and it's a lot harder to do it like that. So now you have the opportunity to do it while you can. Do it from now. Another barrier is unwillingness to sacrifice and lack of preparedness. Okay, you must sacrifice in order to be successful. You must sacrifice in order to pass your exams. You have to learn the work. Previous failures or setbacks. Sometimes we may have failed a test or failed an exam, and the second time we tried, we say, you know something, I failed once before, you know, I'm not going to make this thing again. You cannot adopt that attitude. Previous failures, it should spur you on to do more, spur you on to be a better person at whatever exam or setback that you may have had. Arrogance, the arrogance is I know it all. This is a barrier also. Sometimes we think that we know it all. Sometimes we think that we can do it so well. I drew an example here of the Titanic. Most of you all here may know about the Titanic. It was a mastercraft, a master ship. And the engineers who did it said that this ship could never sink. On the first voyage, the maiden voyage, the ship sank. So we have to be humble. We have to do whatever we can and say, something, I need the assistance of the teacher. I need the assistance of a mentor. I need the assistance of a counselor, or guidance counselor. I need assistance. I need the assistance of my parents. And all of these things help. And if you do not have it, they become barriers to success. Of course, some of us, lack of financial resources. If there's lack of financial resources, don't make that a problem. Don't make that a problem. Give it your best shot. My own personal thing is that I grew up with a father alone. I didn't grow up with a mother. She's still alive. As a matter of fact, she's 105 years old and live in the Princestown area. I think you guys are from Princestown. There's a home up there that she's in right now. And I didn't grow up with a mother. All right, and we didn't have money. And I had to work hard in order to ensure that I could have gotten the education I got. So as a matter of fact, all of the degrees that I have were all scholarships, every single one. My first degree, my second degree, my doctorate, my professional qualifications, I have not paid a penny for one of them because I would not have had the money. So if you come from a family background that I came from, similar to what I came from, where your parents didn't have a lot of money to send you to university or so, you can still make it. You can still make it because the harder you study and the more you prove yourself, you will get scholarships. You will get assistance in order to overcome the financial challenges that you may have. What are the formula for successes? You cannot expect to reach new horizons if you are afraid to lose sight of the shore. Okay, you cannot expect to reach new horizons. In other words, the further out at sea you go, is the more you lose sight of the shore behind you. But if you want to reach new horizons, if you want to achieve your goals, you cannot lose sight. If you are afraid to lose sight of what's behind you, you ain't gonna make it. Okay, an opportunity of a lifetime must be seized within the lifetime of that opportunity. You all have a good opportunity now in some countries, in some islands, even at the secondary school level, you have to pay for it. In some countries, I mean, I've traveled around the world to Africa, Australia, Papua New Guinea, literally all over Europe, all over Asia. And literally, believe you me, the educational system that you have here in Trinidad, I've lived abroad for 30 years. The educational system that you have here in Trinidad is really as good as any. So take advantage of what you have and don't take it for granted. What are the formulas for success? Vision, mission, strategy, action plan, implementation, success. Always work with a plan. Always work with a plan. What you're going to achieve this year, at the beginning of every year. These are my goals for this year, and make it happen. And the stage that you are at, you want to ensure that you are in the area to make success. What is a formula for success? And I'm going through very quickly because I want to make certain that I leave some time for question and answers. 1, set your eyes. Set your eyes on the prize. Be passionate. Keep your goal in front of you and make sure and write it down. Don't just keep it in your head, but write it down. You understand the decisions to be made and the price to be paid. If you want to be successful at your exams, you cannot expect not to study during the course of the term, and the night before exam, you want to cram everything, or you want to go and pray and ask the Lord to help you to remember or help you to pass the exam. Ask your grandmother or so to pray for you. Whatever you do not have in your mind or your brains, it ain't going to come out on the day of exam. And when you're under that pressure and intensity in that exam room, even what you know becomes blurred. So you can imagine if you do not know anything, all hope is gone. So you have to understand the decisions to be made and the price to be paid. Craft and implement a plan. You always have to have a plan in terms of what you do. Create a positive environment. Learn from successful people. Learn from your teachers. Learn from your guidance counselors. Learn from those who are parents and uncles and aunts who have been there. Find a mentor. Talk to people. and you will be successful. E, excellence is the cornerstone of your journey. All right, constantly evolve. You cannot expect to be excellent if you do not put in the price. S, sacrifice, save, take risks, be decisive, and be consistent. Soar to new heights each day. Unless you try to do something beyond that what you have already mastered, you will never grow. You have to focus on being different. And the only way that you can focus on being different is by understanding what you are doing, how you are doing it, why you are doing it, and what it takes to be successful. There are also 5 I's that I want to share with you as I close. The 5 I's are intensity. Whatever you do, set your mind, do it with a passion. Number 2, integrity. Always apply rigorous standards to ethics, credibility, reputation, and morality. 3, intellect. Education and knowledge is the key. This is the knowledge is the key to success. A former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the first Prime Minister, at the beginning of a school term, he said, your future are in your school bags. And that is so true. Education and knowledge is the key. Interpersonal, you have to know how to interact with your fellow students, you have to know how to interact with your teachers, and you have to build relationships in that capacity. Introspection, always review, adjust your strategy, and do things differently to get your success. Again, success is a matter of choice. Start your journey from today, all right, from impossibility to possibility to reality. If you were mediocre before, let today be that first day. Give it your best shot and do your best. Make that sacrifice, work smart, take risks, and set yourself apart by being excellent. There's a saying that goes, it is attitude and not aptitude that results in altitude. So your attitude is not important as your aptitude. That means how you focus on things, how you work on things is critical. And your attitude must also be in sync with that if you want to achieve a high altitude. Remember, the class of service you sit in or you enjoy, you tolerate or regret, directly correlates to the price paid. So in other words, if you fly in an aircraft and you pay for first class or business class, the class of service you get from the air hostesses and so on, they would treat you good because you paid for that class. Now, if you didn't, if you play for economy or some last minute seat or so, they're gonna put you in the back of the plane, close to the toilet, all right, and you will be disturbed. So therefore, make sure that you understand that the class of service that you want to be in, it directly correlates to the price you paid or the sacrifices that you have made. And really, the determination of success. I'm just having a quote here by Winston Churchill. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer with one word: victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory, however long and hard the road may be. For without victory, there is no survival. Without success, there is no survival. Without making it in life, there's no survival. So to the children, to the students, I really want to admonish, I want to encourage you all to do your best, to give it your best shot. Denise and whoever, if there's any other help, assistance, counsel, advice you need that I can give. I didn't grow up with a gold spoon in my mouth. My parents didn't have any money. I am not from a royal family. I've paid the price. I've been through hard knock school, and I certainly can lend some of my time. And so, if there's anything else you want me to do, so let me open up some questions. Anyone have any questions that we can take for the next 10 minutes? Ms. Tyson?
We're waiting on any feedback from the students. Students, this is your time now to ask any questions. Do you need anything clarified? Anything that you would have liked to hear about that you don't think that Dr. Doyle touched on? Feel free to ask us at this time.
We have a very quiet, we have a very quiet class.
They
You can
seem
feel
to be very quiet this morning.
yes, you can feel free to ask
Hold on.
anything. Yes, sir.
Let's see if we get any one of them. Don't be shy. Now is your turn. No question is a stupid one. We want to hear what you're thinking so that we could help to guide you better.
Hi, good morning, Raj here. Just clarifying, the students cannot ask voice questions. Your question, take us to take it from the stream and then post it to Mr. Doyle. So they will put it on the chat in the stream.
Okay, okay. Yeah, well, I'm looking on the chat right now, and
No, you will only have access to the presenter chat, Mr. Doyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Students here.
The students are on YouTube, so we're just waiting feedback from them,
okay.
right? Yeah.
Well, I guess it was very clear. I am hoping that
I could only guess that.
yeah, I'm
You
hoping
know.
that yeah, I'm hoping that they're encouraged. The students are all encouraged to work hard, give it their best shot.
Yeah,
in
I certainly hope so.
review and you know when things are open up, as I said, if you want me to come in person, I can certainly avail myself. That will not be a problem.
Yes. We certainly could get back on to you if we have any further need to present. Yeah. You have shared a wealth of information with us this morning. And I'm sure that the students that are joining with us at this time are so appreciative of what they would have learned this morning. So I want to thank you so much, Dr. Doyle, for being with us. I know that you took time out of your busy schedule and we so appreciate it. Yeah, I still haven't gotten any questions from the students. So just like you said, I think that they think it's crystal clear. Yeah, it must be that. So I would just like to thank you so much for joining us and do stay in contact with us so that if we need you again, we could get you to share again with the students. Thanks so much.
Sorry, just now, somebody just asked a question. Kyle Burju is asking, should we go for a job we like or or a job that pays? So let me respond to that. It has to be a combination of both, because you wouldn't want to pursue a course or a direction only because you like it. You want to make sure that there's the potential also to make money. Okay, from since I was 9 years of age, I knew there are two things I wanted to do in life. One of two things, either to be a businessman or an accountant, that kind of business, or to be a musician. And that's a perfect question, a very good question. I love music a lot, but when I looked at the music horizon, I realized, hey, you know something, you can't make money with music. You can't make money with music. And it's difficult. The music, whoever you see up there, Beyonce and so on, they're one of millions of artists who look to the entertainment world to get money. So I knew I had to do something else. And what I did, I pursued the business stream, accounting, and and business. And also, I still kept on playing music. I still play music a lot. So now I use music as a hobby and my business as my passion. So therefore, it's a hybrid, but you always survive and you always last longer when you like what you do. There's a statement in the world, in the world that says, if you like what you do not go to work a day in your life because you find fun in doing it. So one suggestion I would have, do not only go into a profession for the money. Because if you do it for the money only and you do not like it, it will soon become a pain and a bore, and you will regret you will not perform well because you're just doing it because you're either forced to do it by your parents or by grandparents or so. Always choose an area that you like, but ensure when you're making that decision that the area that you like can allow you to live the life that you want to live, you know, buy a nice car, you know, live in a nice home and so on. So that's the comparison. I think there was a second question.
There was another question, yes. What subjects do you think could help you become a doctor? I believe it is at this time.
Well, you have to pursue the sciences. Okay, you have to pursue the sciences, the chemistry, biology, physics. That stream will allow you to gain entry for your first degree because you know, being a doctor, you have to go. You must have your first degree. Most times in sciences, you must have your master's again in sciences, and then you go into your doctorate. So if you want to be a doctor, you have to do your sciences. So that's the field that you have to go in. And again, make sure that you like it. Make sure that it's something that you want to do, not just for the notoriety of it or because, you know, or because of the, you know, the glamour that comes with it. Make sure that that is something that you want. You like to work with people. You like to make sure people are well and make that contribution towards society. Yeah, but the sciences are definitely the stream of study that you want to undertake. Any other questions? What subject should you pursue to become a head nurse? Well, again, to pursue a head nurse is a position in an organization. You cannot become a head nurse going into an organization. You have to start off by being a nurse, and then you work your way up in the organization to be a head nurse. But wanting to be a nurse or getting into nursing is not as stringent as being a doctor, but it would certainly help if you do the sciences. Biology is one of the main courses you have to do. But being a nurse, to get into the nursing profession, these days, I think you just need to have your O and A levels to make it. It is not as difficult getting into nursing versus getting into medicine itself. And nursing is a good field. I mean, it's a nice field. You know, we have here at Acropolis, we have probably, about 20 or so nurses, and they all love what they do. So I wouldn't mind even taking a few students, at different times and, recognizing social distances, etc. Just having them a walkthrough of the facility so they understand if any is interested in nursing or, being a doctor, by extending that kind of support to help them make that decision.
Thanks so much. We're just giving them a minute to see if there are any more questions.
Well, while they're waiting, I just want to reemphasize hard work, no pain, no gain. Nothing good comes easy. And, achieving your goal is more than just writing your goal down. You have to work hard at it. You have to work hard. You have to sacrifice. Friends take you, but they don't bring you back. Okay, watch your friends. Watch those who you hang out with. There are a lot of young people these days. They get into the wrong company. They stop studying, drop out of school, get into trouble with the law. You don't want to go in that crowd at all. You want to make sure and stay in line. Do your work well, make an honest and a decent living. You want to do your best. You want to achieve your best. One thing, if you have a criminal record, what happens is that it keeps on your record. You can't get a job. Okay, you can't get a bank loan if you want to build a house. So being on the right side of the law is really critical. And you want to live a productive life. You want to live a long life. You don't want to get shot at 18 or 20 years of age or 22 years of age. You don't want to be in that category. So watch your friends. All right, watch your friends and be careful who you hang out with.
Oh, lovely. So we have students asking about pathology and dentistry. Do you know anything in terms of how you go about getting into those areas?
Well, I mean, it's the same, again, it's the same, it falls under the umbrella of medical sciences. So from school, you need to, at your A levels, is it called A levels still?
Yes, it is. Well,
Right,
Cape,
okay.
well, they say Cape A-level students, yeah.
All right, sorry, yeah. I haven't been here for 30 years. I just came back. I just came back to Trinidad, a few years ago. So I've lost touch with some of the things. So you have to follow the sciences route if you want to get into a particular medical stream. So you do not go into pathology first. You do not go into dentistry first. You don't become a cardiac surgeon first or an ophthalmologist. You have to go through, get your doctorate, your MD, which is your first layer or your first level. And after you get that, then you can branch off into a specialized area. If you like children, you can get into pediatrics. If you like to deliver babies, you get into gynecology. If you like your eyes, you get into ophthalmology. But you have to follow the path of getting into number one, the university or institution to do medical sciences. And that is where you have to do your sciences, your biology, chemistry, physics, of course, your English, you have to do that. And if you want to go abroad, you have to sit your SAT, etc. So you must go through your first degree, your second degree, your MD, and then you specialize after that. But the basis to get, as I said, into medicine is go with the sciences stream as you go through your high school, not high school, high school, as you go through your high school into your O and A levels.
Mm-hmm. So we just have one final question because we're managing our time. I see we have some other presenters awaiting their turn. Can you go to university and still work or are classes full-time?
Well, I mean, you can't do full time for both, but but what you can certainly do is while working, you can study. I mean, I did that for part of my life. My first set of studies, I worked at Texaco in Pointe-a-Pitre, probably date a lot of you all, but I worked first and I studied part time because I didn't have the money to go to university in the first instance. Okay, so I worked first, and then I just improved myself. Then I got a scholarship to go abroad. So yes, you can work and study, but you can't do both. Obviously, because of the time schedule, you cannot do both full time. But yes, I would suggest if you have to work because of family situations, work, but don't just work and stop working. You must do work and part-time study.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Doyle, for joining with us. We do have to go our separate ways at this point in time, but it was a pleasure having you on, sharing with us, sharing with our students. I'm sure students that he would have been able to enlighten you quite a bit. Yeah, so we're gonna have just a 2-minute break, a very short break, and we will be right back with you with another provider coming up. So stay tuned.
All right, take care, guys. Pleasure being here. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Dr. Doyle. Two-minute break, and we will be right back. Thank you.
Would you do the world a favor and be you? Because everybody else is already taken. Do the world a favor and be you. The world needs you, or God wouldn't have made you. If God wanted me to be somebody else, I wouldn't be here. I would be them. Stop trying to be somebody else. Stop letting the culture define what's beautiful. God says you're beautiful. Have you listened to God's voice in Psalms 139, 13, and 14? That when you were in your mother's womb, you are wonderfully and fearfully made? Have you looked in the mirror and said, I'm wonderfully and fearfully made because God says? Or have you looked at TV images? Have you looked at magazine covers and said, oh, I'm ugly because I don't look like them? And God is going, precious child, you are beautiful to me.
Too many people go around feeling wrong on the inside. They don't really like who they are. They focus on their faults, weaknesses. They're constantly critical toward themselves. That recording of everything they've done wrong is always playing in their mind. You're impatient. You blew your diet yesterday. You lost your temper. You're still struggling with that addiction. You should be ashamed of yourself. They wonder why they're not happy. It's because they have this war going on the inside. You're not supposed to go through life feeling wrong about yourself. Quit focusing on your faults. Quit overanalyzing your weaknesses. Quit beating yourself up because you're not where you thought you would be. Here's the key. You're not a finished product. God is still working on you. The scripture says God changes us from glory to glory. You have to learn to enjoy the glory that you're in right now. You may have some weaknesses. We all do. There may be some areas where you know you need to improve, but being down on yourself is not going to help you do better. Having that nagging feeling, telling you you don't measure up, God's not pleased with you, you'll never get it right, it's not going to help you move forward. You have to accept yourself right where you are, faults and all. God is the potter, we are the clay. He's the one making you and molding you. It may not be happening as fast as you would like, but you don't control the timetable. Will you trust Him in the process? Will you accept yourself in the glory that you're in right now? Don't go around being against yourself. You may have some things wrong with you, but can I tell you, you have a lot more right with you. You may have a long way to go, but if you look back, you'll see how far you've already come. Keep your flaws in perspective. Every person has something they're dealing with. When you are for yourself, you are in agreement with God. And some people have never once said, I like myself. I like my gifts. I like my personality. I like my looks. I'm happy with who God made me to be. If you don't like yourself in a healthy way, other people are not going to like you. You project what you believe on the inside. If you feel wrong about yourself, you project inferiority, unfriendliness, discontentment. I'm asking you to feel good about who you are. You may not be where you want to be, but you're on the way. God is changing you from glory to glory. Start enjoying the glory that you're in right now. You may have some weaknesses. We all do. Don't you dare go through life against yourself. God is saying today, you are my beloved son, my beloved daughter, in whom I am well pleased. Now do your part. Start putting on the breastplate of God's approval each morning. If you'll do this, I believe and declare every chain that's holding you back is being broken. God is going to keep making you and molding you. You're going to come up higher, overcome those obstacles, and become everything He's created you to be.
All right, students. So I hope that you were inspired by that video that would have been shared. Yeah. I hope you took the opportunity to stretch your legs, grab a snack if you needed to, whatever you needed to do just to, do your neck rolls. Yeah, just make sure you're relaxed in front of your device. And we have another service provider coming up. I'm just verifying, is the Ministry of, the Institute of Marine Affairs with us?
Hi, good morning. We are.
Yes. All right. So we have them joining with us at this point in time to do their presentation. Students, please pay attention, and we will bring them on now. You may proceed. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. We are from the Institute of Marine Affairs. My name is Crystal Ganislal. I'm one of the information officers and a public relations officer here at the IMA.
And I am Glendon Glasgow. I'm one of the information officers here at the IMA as well.
Okay, so let's begin our presentation. Okay, we just wanted to begin to share the screen. Are we able to share the screen? Okay. So good morning, students and teachers. We're here to talk to you about careers in marine sciences this morning. So the Institute of Marine Affairs, we've been in existence for about 42 years. We are located in Chaguaramas, and we are aligned to the Ministry of Planning and Development. And over the years, we've added scientific knowledge in various fields, which include marine geology, fisheries. We've added knowledge in terms of coral reefs, learning about our marine algae, our sponges. What you're looking at is a picture taken at a reef in Tobago off of Speyside. Tobago is known for having one of the largest brain corals. So we would have studied things on coral reefs like what you're looking at. We've done work in chemistry, aquaculture, and we've also done work contributing to bathing beach water quality. At the Information Center, which we belong to, we produce various publications. Our latest publication was Mangrove Forests of Trinidad and Tobago. So we produce posters, brochures. We have an annual tidal calendar. So there are 4 tides a day. There are 2 high tides, 2 low tides. So you're able to know when this information will be valuable to people like fisher folk, right? And divers who go out and they work amongst the sea, like Coast Guard and so. And we also promote environmental education through newspaper articles. We host exhibitions, workshops, and outreach programs. So we are the department that does the outreach and the education, but we are a research organization. Now, why study the ocean? We're going to be talking about oceanography, which is the study of the ocean or marine sciences. Now, our Earth is made up of over 71% of water. It provides us with food, water via the water cycle. We get minerals from the ocean. We get medicines. If you take a breath and you exhale, and you take another breath, that second breath was because of the ocean, because the ocean is responsible for half of the world's oxygen. It regulates our climate. And in Trinidad and Tobago, 70% of the population is located along the coast, right? So this is just a summary. There are many different habitats within the ocean. There's a diversity of life. And of course, it provides employment, which is why we have a job. We're a research organization. It provides transportation when we want to go across the Tobago and we don't want to use a plane. We get a lot of goods here, goods and cargo come across via the ocean. So there's transportation via the ocean. And of course, a source of inspiration, and we all know recreation. Right? This picture is from Storby in Tobago. Now, only less than 5% of the ocean is explored. So for anyone interested in going into marine science, there's a very large scope where you're able to work with biologists, you could be a chemist, engineers, animation. So we'll get into some of these things, but this is just to show you that there's so much more room for innovation and exploration in this field.
Okay, so as my colleague would have said, the Institute of Marine Affairs is really a research organization. Now, the information that we collect while conducting research will be able to help the decision makers as to how to best, maintain the coastal areas and how to make sure that these coastal areas are safe and clean for us. Okay, so one of the jobs at the Institute of Marine Affairs would be a marine ecologist or benthic ecologist. So when we hear the word benthic, we're looking at someone who will be studying organisms that live within the soil sediments. So one might ask, why is this important? Why understanding the organisms that live in the soil profile is important? Now, these organisms can tell you whether or not an area is pristine or if an area is polluted, right? And we all know when we go to a beach, we like to bathe in waters that are pretty clean. So for example, the type of organisms you would find living within a river mouth area would be different from the type of organisms you would see living within probably a beach that has cobblestone, right? So the benthic ecologist has a very important role at the IMA. In this picture here, what the person is doing is taking a core sample. Within the core sample, you would have the soil, and the soil is taken back to the lab. They would remove the actual sediments, and what they will be left with at times would be the micro and macro organisms, okay? We also have coral reef ecologists at the IMA. The coral reef ecologist monitors the growth of corals, and they conduct research as it pertains to life in a coral reef environment or ecosystem. Okay, now we know that coral reefs are very important because for a lot of countries, especially Tobago for one, we have the Buko Reef, and it is responsible for bringing a lot of persons looking to look at things like for ecotourism, right? So a person would travel from all over the world to come to Tobago to look at our coral reefs. So it's a habitat for plants and animals. It also generates income by person visiting. And corals are, in fact, living organisms, okay? So we have a person that will be monitoring the health and the growth of coral reefs at the IMA. We also have persons that would measure seagrasses. That person will be a wetland ecologist. And that wetland ecologist, when they are monitoring these seagrasses, they're looking for things like whether or not how fast the blades of grass are growing, what are some of the types of organisms living in there, because seagrasses are a habitat for a variety of animals. You're looking at things like your conchs, your brittle stars, your urchins, which is the, for you all who, a lot of you all who would have gone to Tobago, sometimes you look on the rocks and you would see something like a porcupine that sticks onto the rock. So within our seagrass beds, we have all those things. We also have visiting turtles as well that feeds on the blades of the grass. But most importantly, seagrass beds are nurseries for juvenile fishes, right? So a lot of the tiny fishes, they would come into the seagrass beds to feed and gain size and then go back to the open ocean. So of course that is very important because you have, so that's why, you have a person that will be studying seagrass beds. You also have a wetland ecologist that focus on mangroves. Now mangroves are very important because they are part of our coastline structure, and they provide, they provide coastal protection, as well as their roots. Because of how their roots are shaped, they actually they encourage the growth of juvenile fishes as well. At the IMA, we are also involved in a program called the Mangrove Carbon Program, where we are quantifying how much carbon can be stored in a mangrove ecosystem. And you all know that carbon, we don't want carbon in our atmosphere because it will contribute to things like climate change and global warming and by extension, sea level rise. Okay, so these are just some of the jobs that you would find right at the IMA. We also have persons that will be conducting tests, chemical tests, and they are from our chemistry department. So, for example, you would have an environmental chemist, and they were responsible for measuring things like heavy metals within a water column and the soil. Now, heavy metals are something that you don't want in your marine environment because they may have negative impacts on the living organisms in that particular area. We also have oil fingerprinting. That is a component of our marine chemistry department. We are able to determine, sometimes you'll have oil spill on the western side of Trinidad, and we can determine exactly where that oil spill would have come from. Now, how that is done, we would have a database of oil signatures, and when we go to take the sample, we can now match that sample to the signature. So we would know exactly where the oil came from, right? We also conduct educational outreach. In this instance, this what we are doing right now is part of our educational outreach program, where we would disseminate information to students. Of course, it is taking a different shape now because it's done virtually. But before COVID, we would have gone out to schools and interact, and sometimes school would even visit the IMA and for tours. Okay. We also have a marine geologist, and we'll get into that. We're going to show a video just now showing you you guys exactly what marine geologists would be doing. Marine geology would be the person that will be studying stuff like the sediment of the ocean. You're looking at the topography, meaning how the ocean will be sloping below the water. They also conduct research on circulation patterns, wave and wind actions, and they work very closely together with somebody called the physical oceanographer. Right? You also have maritime technicians. Now, the marine technicians are usually the persons that would be out on the field conducting the research and taking the samples and getting their hands all dirty. Now, a lot of the jobs at the Army are, require that you at least at one point in time visit the field. Okay. We also have fisheries biologists. Now, the fisheries biologist at the IMA is involved in something called, one of their projects will be fish age and growth. And they are able to tell the age of a fish by collecting a particular bone in the head of the fish called the otolith. Now, just as how you have rings when you cut a tree and you look at the tree, you will see rings on the tree that could determine the age. On this bone, there are also seasonal rings that comes on the bone of the fish during dry season and wet season. So every time you have a dry season and a wet season, will be 1 year, and the bone called the otolith, you would see a ring appearing on the bone. So that is how our fisheries biologists will be able to determine how old a fish is. Now, why one would want to know how old a fish is? This is important if it is you're doing stuff like you're trying to match up to see how much your stockfish densities are out in the ocean. So you'll be able to tell what are the percentage of juvenile fish out there, how they're growing and the rate of growth. And that is important for persons who, your fishermen and even commercial fisheries that export fish, right? We also have microbiologists at the IMA. Now, the microbiologist would be a person that will go out to the field and take water quality samples and do beading beach water quality testing. Now, the water that is taken from the beach, sometimes we would measure stuff as fecal coliform, such as fecal coliform, and also bacteria in the beach. Now, you may go to the beach sometimes and you notice that your ear is scratching, your throat feeling funny. That is sometimes because there's a proliferation or growth of bacteria in the water column. Anybody ever went to Williams Bay? Right, so you could think about that. Right, so as I was talking before, we were talking about beach profiling or some of the tasks involved when you're doing physical oceanographic work, right? And let's have a look at this video so you would see what a day in the life of a marine technician and a physical oceanographer would be like. All right, so again, that picture would have shown beach profiling, and beach profiling is one of an important task at the IMA that is done periodically, because you find that over time, sometimes you have things like erosion happening on a beach, or you have the beach actually being built, meaning that the beach sand is being deposited and the beach is building up. So I know you guys would have gone to beaches sometimes and you notice there's quite a large area for you to play football. And then sometimes you come back and the beach just change. There's not that large expanse of land for you to play football. So the persons that monitor our coastal environment through beach profiling always have a very interesting job. Some of our other marine-related careers would be environmental maritime lawyer. So just as how you have laws that govern what happens on land, you have laws that would govern what happens in the sea. You also have marine engineers, environmental science journalists that would conduct things like interviews and write about various marine environmental happenings that are trending. You also have ship captains and boat captains. At the IMA, we have approximately 3 or 4 vessels, and each of those vessels would need things like deckhands and boat captains and the mechanics and whatnot. And even marina managers are very important as well. For example, we have a marina in cruising, the hotel called Cruising, and you need to have a manager to manage that particular area, okay? Even underwater photographer. In fact, all these pictures that you're seeing here for this presentation, most of them would have been captured by a diver here at the IMA. So, the jobs here are never really the same thing every day. You get to see a lot of new environments, and if it is your like outdoors, is the place to be.
Okay, so moving forward, there are 2 distinct career paths. If you choose to enter this field of marine sciences, you can either go into it to contribute to the research, that is one area, or you can go in to educate and share your knowledge. science communication or education or teaching, right? So what are the qualifications for university? So if we're speaking to forms 5s and 6s this morning, of course, you would have already gained your 5 CSEC and you'll be pursuing your CAPE or GCA level, all right? And you could also have, you could go into this program called a pre-science or N1. You could have a diploma or associate's degree, right? And that would allow you to be admissible for tertiary level. Now, in this field of marine sciences, we can look at what is offered in Trinidad and Tobago first, and then we'll go regional. So at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, under the Faculty of Science and Technology, these are some of the disciplines that are outlined here. You can do a major in biology, you can do a major in biochemistry, or environmental science and sustainable technology. And other majors you could also do it. You could do physics, environmental physics, chemistry, or computer science. So these are offered at UWI St. Augustine. We have programs at UTT. So it's slightly different. They have a Bachelor of Science degree in Coastal and Ocean Management. And they also have, they deal with maritime as well. So if you want to get into more the maritime side of things with port operations and navigation, you can do that degree. There's a Bachelor of Science in Biology offered at the University of Southern Caribbean with emphasis in either biomedical or zoology. At COSTAT, you can also do your bachelor's in those fields that are outlined: biology, environmental health, environmental management, those fields. And if you choose not to study in Trinidad and Tobago, but you still want to stay within the region, there's the UWI Mona campus at Jamaica. So they have a Faculty of Science and Technology as well. And those different disciplines are outlined. And in Grenada, there's also a program that you could go. They have a field in biology. You could study marine wildlife conservation. So those are the options. Of course, I've just outlined what is available locally and regionally. But of course, if you choose to study abroad, you could search it. I haven't included those in this presentation. Now, if you choose to enter this field, you need more than science. It's more than just having your qualifications in biology or chemistry or geography or biology, environmental science. You need to be able to work with a team. So you need to be able to communicate clearly. You need verbal communication skills as well as written skills. You need to be able to make sense of the research that you're conducting. So you need to be able to have an analytical mind. You'll need to work as a team as well as show initiative and work on your own, because when our researchers have their work to do, they will go out and collect their material on the field, but they would also have to come back and do analysis in the lab and write up reports. So it's not only one person involved in doing this, you have to be a team player. And of course, there's always a sense of curiosity to be interested in what you're doing, to try to always want to find out more and be curious about the ocean. Now, some of you may wonder, what is the job outlook like for the future? And because this year it's the decade of ocean science that was declared by the United Nations. And there's a lot of talk about the blue economy. And what that is, it's a concept that encourages us to better utilize our ocean resources. So there are many opportunities available because of the economic growth that is happening, and while maintaining the health of the ocean. So there's a lot of research that is happening, and there's room for a lot of technology and innovation, right? So we have already established industries which include shipping, fisheries, tourism, oil and gas. But emerging ocean-based industries would involve things having to do with renewable energy. So ocean renewable energy, offshore wind energy, exploring marine aquaculture. So The topic of food security is a hot topic right now. So aquaculture offers an avenue for that. And there's also much research needed in the field of marine biotechnology, because there's so much of the ocean still to be explored, and there are many compounds that can be derived from marine organisms. Right, so within the past 30 years alone, scientists have extracted over 20,000 new biochemical substances from marine creatures. And some of these compounds have been used to treat bacterial infections, chronic pain, cancers, and other ailments. So this field is very important, the field of marine biotechnology. So there are many opportunities available. And these are just some of the websites that we would have referenced. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. Are there any questions for us?
Okay, we're gonna give a minute for the students to ask their questions. They're on the YouTube link live. So we're just waiting for the questions to come in from the chat.
Okay.
Come on, students. The Institute of Marine Affairs has just given you a whole lot of information about the seas and all the interesting careers. I mean, I'm excited. I almost wish that I had chosen to study in this field. I mean, the way they put it,
yeah,
who wouldn't want to go to work every day? Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm really hoping that you all have at least one or two questions for them. There must be something that you all, may have piqued your interest in the presentation. Don't be shy.
One thing I'll mention while we wait for questions, persons may be wondering about the salary. Okay, we're a government institution, so we have different levels. We have technicians employed here. We have junior research officers, senior research officers, and then principal research officers. So of course, to be a marine technician, one would need a diploma or K for A levels to be admitted here. Our junior research officers, they would usually have a first degree and a master's as well. And senior research officers, the marine technician salary would start at about 5,000, approximately 5,000. A junior research officer would start at about 8,000. A senior research officer maybe approximately 9 or 10,000. And a principal research officer, those are persons who would have attained their PhD and had years of experience as well as publications. They would have published reports and information. Their salary may start at over 18,000 approximately.
But again, when you get into this field, you don't really get into it for the money per se. You get into it because you have a passion for the marine environment, and by extension, you would want to make some sort of impact and change. Because I always say that there's only one planet. We don't have another planet. So if it is we don't take care of it, we'll have nothing to leave for the generations going forward.
Oh, lovely. So we have two questions. What subjects should I pursue to become a ship captain? And what subjects do I need to get into marine biology?
Okay, so I'll take the question with the marine biology. You would need your at CXC level, you need your maths, English, and really to get as much sciences in as possible. So you're looking at your physics, your chemistry, your geography. when it is you go to Cape or A-levels, environmental science should be one of the subjects, or you could do biology, chemistry. And in your journey to being a marine biologist, it's very important that you have those things to then enter tertiary level institution. And it's only there you can really branch out to decide whether or not you're going to be a benthic ecologist or you're going to be a wetland ecologist, because all these things really fall under the broad category of marine biology. So again, you want to take as much as as much science as possible. Over the years, we have seen a lot of persons coming in the institution with environmental science. That was that is still a degree offered at the University of the West Indies. But again, if you can diversify yourself by probably doing an out of faculty minor or so, it makes your resume look a little bit better. It gives you the edge. The other question, about ship captain.
Yeah, a ship captain, it would be similar subjects to continue to pursue the sciences, because if you're out there on the ocean, you need to have a grasp of what's around you and tides and ocean currents, and you would have to do navigation and be involved in more maritime studies. So it would be sciences as well. And of course, safety courses additionally.
I'm not sure if we have that will be the US UTT
maritime program.
They have a maritime program that you could speak to more of the qualification that you would need. But again, the IMA, we really focus on research driven organization.
So the next question is marine photo or underwater photography dangerous? Is it dangerous?
There is always a danger anytime you're doing any sort of underwater work. Of course, as my grandmother always say, the ocean has no branches. So you need to be able to swim, and by extension, diving is crucial. Now, as a diver, you would have a lot of checks and balances as it pertains to your safety. You're diving under the body system, making sure you have another diver with you. You make sure that all your gears are prepped and ready and up to standard. So, of course, there's a risk, but here at the IMA and other institutions as well, they try to minimize the risk as much as possible to ensure that that you remain safe.
And feels like underwater welding is very, very high risk. That is a job that would pay a great amount, but of course the risk is very high. So underwater welding is much more high risk compared to like underwater photography and videography.
Any other questions? Keep the questions coming.
They're asking about becoming a ship captain.
Right. So
needed.
Okay. So I think, hello. I think we would have mentioned. I think we would have mentioned to become a ship captain, one of the things you need to have is well, you could pursue nautical sciences, right? We have the UTT Marine Science department at UTT. One could enroll there, and there are various courses that could steer you to be a boat captain. Of course, if it is you have an uncle or a friend that owns a ship, you could also get some sort of hands-on experience. But in terms of the subjects, you really want to have your 5 CXC and your sciences, and try and have geography and biology as well.
Okay, I think we're getting another question. Just hold one sec. They're asking what qualifications or subjects do you need to become an underwater photographer?
Okay, so if you're going into more the stream of, you don't need to do sciences if you want to become an underwater photographer. People who do photography, that would more be aligned to arts, and yeah, they would do more like arts, but of course they would have to learn diving. And if you're diving, then you would need to have a better appreciation of what you're actually looking at. Like for example, you would have to have the knowledge not to touch a fire coral, for example. So you don't need to necessarily have biology, chemistry, physics, but it would help if you have an understanding of it, because even if you don't do sciences, that's okay. It would be more artistic, it would be along those lines. Yeah, so you don't necessarily need the biology, chemistry, physics to become an underwater photographer, but an appreciation of the marine environment will help. But you would obviously have to become a certified scuba diver to have PADI certification.
Lovely. So we just want to thank you so much for sharing with us from the Institute of Marine Affairs. Yeah, I think that was the last question that the students asked. And you truly made our day. I know my day was made. I listened to your presentation and I was impressed. So I hope that the students really appreciated it. And we are going to move swiftly along now to our next presenter. Is Ms. Samantha from Unitrust Corporation still with us? Are you ready with your presentation?
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks so much. Unitrust Corporation.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. You may proceed. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Samantha, and I am from the Unitrust Corporation San Fernando branch. It is my pleasure to be with you all here this morning to chat about your financial well-being. And I know we have a lot of young entrepreneurs we'll have from this session and leaders, our future leaders for Trinidad and Tobago. So I hope that the information that I'm about to share with you all, that you all will take it into great consideration this morning. So we at Unitrust Corporation, I don't know if many of you all would know who we are, but we would have been established. We're a financial institution, not a mutual fund investor, and we would have been established in the year 1982. What we're here to talk to you all today about is financial planning. Before you enter into the workforce today, you have to have some level of experience and guidance in terms of planning for your future, for goals that you would normally have. So I have a presentation here that I'm going to pull up for you all. So just bear with me 2 minutes. The screen would be this. Are you all seeing my screen this morning?
Not at the moment, no.
Not at the moment? All right, just bear with me 2 minutes. Share the screen. Right, y'all are up there now. Y'all are seeing my screen now?
Yes, we're seeing you.
Great. So when we talk about financial planning, we are talking about goals that you would want to set for your future, right? And in order to meet goals, what we need to do proper investing and savings, which I'll get into later on. But we at the Unit Trust Corporation, what we do, we're the mutual fund provider. So what is a mutual fund? A mutual fund really is a group of people who come together. We pool together your funds to meet a common goal. So we pool your money together really to get high returns by doing investment in different types of instruments, right? We have long-term, medium to short-term instruments. So I wouldn't get into much of that, but for your own knowledge, what you can do later on, you can actually go onto our website and you can read up a little bit more about mutual funds and what we offer. What I'm here today to talk about though is financial planning. And in order to reach your goals, again, you would need some type of financial planning. So we are talking about the rules of financial planning. In order to identify your goals, let's say you would like to get a house, a car, or you want to go to a vacation, or even for educational purposes, there are some main principles that you really have to follow in order to get there. The rules of financial planning include identifying and allocating your financial goals. That's the first one. Then you have to understand the risks that can actually hinder you from actually reaching your goals. Of course, you would want to earn money. And in earning money as well, you would want to reduce your expenses, and you would want to know that when you reduce your expenses, the extra amount of savings that you have, you would want to invest it effectively. So in order to understand and identify your financial goals, there is really something called an acronym that we would have developed called the SMART acronym. So when you speak about goals, you just wouldn't want to say that you would want to have a car, or you would want to have your degree, or you'd want to purchase a house, right? So the acronym, as it says, is SMART. S meaning it must be specific, it must be measurable, it must be attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So when you talk about goals, you also talk about getting your goals using that acronym. Let's say, for an example, you would want to get a house. So you'd include, I would like to own a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom house located at St. Joseph Village, San Fernando by the year 2022. So you can see how the acronym SMART ties back in to what your goal is. Apart from your goals, there are also things that can actually hinder you or bar you from reaching your goals, right? And there are some risk involved. On these slides I've shown, you can see there are really some reasons or some hindrances that may prevent you from reaching your goals. And these could be, well, if you're employed, it could be losing of your jobs. It could be, and if you fail to prepare as well, you're going to prepare to fail. Of course, we have that big the picture there of inflation. Inflation can really set a dent on your financial goal as well, on what you want to achieve. So when we talk about inflation, I'm sure most of you could relate to the example that I'm about to show you. So the example shows between in the year 1990 and the year 2020. This would have shown what your actual dollar was able to purchase. So in 1990, if you really look, your grocery cart would have been filled. Whereas in 2020, you're seeing the difference, which really means your dollar is able to purchase less for you now. So inflation really means saving for the future. And in order to save for the future, you will have to maximize on your savings and investment, whichever route or whichever goal you decide to go to. Now, there are some ways that you can actually beat inflation or increase your earnings. So in order to earn more income, what you can do, you can have part-time jobs. For example, sometimes if you have a, let's say you're a doctor or you have a part-time job, part-time jobs, for example, let's say you're a barber, you know, that extra income that you'll be making with the part-time jobs, you can actually use that to actually do your investing and your savings. Another way to earn more income is to always keep educating yourself. Educating yourself means always learning new things, right? Of course, the higher your qualification and the more qualified you are as well, what's going to happen is you can actually go up the chain even in different organizations or even at another job, even overseas. Also, the other point that we have is starting your own business. When you begin your own business, you also become more aware of financial planning, because of course the reason for having a business is really for profitability. So you're going to see where your expenses are and really what you want to do with your profits, if you want to expand your business or you want to take it further from there. Another way to reduce your expenses really, and you all can relate, is making a budget. So sometimes now we have in the little jar here with gas, your gas expenses, phone, electricity bills, water bills. But for you all right now, you'll probably get an allowance from your parents. And let's say you'd get a weekly allowance. Of course, you will need some things. You would need to buy food, or you would spend some. But of course, from your allowance, you also should learn to save some. So let's say you want to get a phone, an iPhone. What you would do, let's say your parents give you $100. At least you take out 10% of that and you save it at intervals so that you can accumulate the amount that you would want. So you can see in the column of your monthly budget and look for ways to reduce your expenses. A lot of the things that sometimes we think that we need, we really don't need it. We really want them, the desire to purchase them. That's that drives us. So when we talk about taking control of your spending, as you would see, we have some pictures here that I'm sure it's going to entice most of you all. We have the normal doubles, we have the solo, we have purchase of food, we have the grocery. So sometimes we go out, let's say, and you want the doubles, you want the solo, but if you really check in the long term how much we spend on these things, it adds up. So let's say you are spending for the doubles and the solo, you're looking at you're spending $5 for doubles. Now I believe it is. You buy 2 doubles, you buy a drink, let's say the drink is $5. So you're just using figures with your that's breakfast alone. That's $15. A normal lunch will cost you on a day between $30 to $40. But when you look at for the entire day, and I'm not even including your dinners yet, it adds up to $55. When you add up that $55 for a week, you get $275. For a month, it's going to be $1,100. And for the year, it's going to be $13,200. That's only on breakfast and lunch. So sometimes our long-term goals, it means we have to give up something in order to gain what we really want. Even so, you can buy a bread, you can make some sandwiches at home. If you go to the grocery, one of the very key things that you can do is actually walk with a list, buying exactly what you have on your list and not swaying from that. Even the next picture shows growing your own kitchen garden. That is important, especially today, where you are seeing that the prices of food and vegetables have gone up. Your backyard, in your spare time, common things that you normally would use, you can actually plant them, and it will help in taking control of your spending. So when we talk about all of that, budgeting, taking control of your expenses, of course, you're going to have the main reason for that is you want to have some sort of savings or investment. So we have two things here that I'm going to talk about. Savings, which ensures safety and security of your funds pending consumption. And savings really is good for short-term goals. Then we have investing, which gives you the opportunity to see your money grow through capital appreciation and income generation. And mainly with the long-term goals, when I would have started at the beginning, I spoke about mutual funds. We would invest in long-term instruments that would assist you in gaining not only interest, but capital appreciation that beats inflation over time. So that is going to assist you in meeting your long-term goals. Now, saving and investing wisely with your extra money and you are using it in alignment with the principles that I would have just given you above. But the key thing here is that Unit Trust Corporation, we give you the opportunity to achieve both savings and investing, so long-term and short-term goals. We are here and we give you that opportunity. So anyone you would like to invest or save in, you can always come in to us and we will be happy to assist. So I just have a little example here, and it's encouragement. This example really is to drive your focus and your goals. So sometimes you want to achieve something, so you have to block out all the negativity or all the stuff that can hinder you meeting that goal. So it says a frog decided to reach to the top of a tree. All frogs shouted, "It's impossible, it's impossible." Still, the frog reached the top. How? Because he was deaf and he thought everyone was encouraging him to reach the top. The message or the moral of this says, be deaf to the negative thoughts if your aim is to reach your goal. It really speaks about being focused, and in your case would be on your, whatever educational goal you have, or even if you have another goal at this point in time, but you have to be focused and you have to put your goals in sequence and be very specific about them, right? So my presentation really wasn't a very lengthy one because I understand what it is to be virtual and sitting in front of a computer, and sometimes your attention span and the focus, you could get a little, you would be swayed and you can be really distracted by things around you. So I wish to say thank you to you all, and if there are any questions, I would be glad to assist and answer those for you all.
Okay, we're holding on for questions from the YouTube link. Students, feel free to ask your questions now. But by the time they are gearing up with their questions, we just want to know in terms of getting into like the banking sector, like you're in unit trust, what kind of subjects are needed for this sector?
So what you can do, you think it's five O levels or your A levels to get and you email your stuff. It's business. Well, we're in the business sector, but of course, whatever other subjects that you have, and we have different fields in the organization. So we have different departments that you can actually join. So we have human resource department, we have the accounting and finance, health and safety department, compliance and risk, ICT. So it incorporates a lot of, don't think because you haven't done a business subject that you may not fit in, right? So it starts with the your O levels, or is it CAPE now? Yeah, CSEC.
Well, thanks so much. And what's your career story? How did you get involved in this financial sector?
Well, straight from school, what happened? I entered into the banking sector. So I used to work at Republic Bank before. And I started off there, really, the aim was not to be in the financial services sector. I was part-time permanent there, and I would have been sending, just like how these students are right now, I would have been sending my resumes everywhere. And I was given the opportunity to interview at UTC. And when I came into UTC, what they did, they offered me a permanent position. So I was part-time permanent at the bank. And of course, at that time, to gain job stability and to continue studies, I opted to take the position, and I'm here ever since that.
Oh, lovely. And we have one question from a student named Akel. He's asking whether you should buy or build a house. Which would you recommend?
Well, it all depends on, is it that he's going to purchase the house now? Is it what is he going to now? A house, really, a lot of people use a house as an asset, right? So when you build a house, it becomes your home. However, if you are building a home and you have the capital right now, this is just my opinion, you build the home and you don't purchase the home based on if you have the land already, right? Based on if, in terms of your savings, is it going to use up everything that you have? Another thing is when we build a house, sometimes some people use building a house, let's say, to earn income as well. So if you know in the long term, your goals are, you have bigger goals or you have bigger dreams, and you have the amount of money, you may not want to use out all your capital now. So if you purchase the home, it may mean using out the capital. You have to look at and consider things like inflation, the prices and the cost of materials, of course, in terms of labor as well. So it depends on a combination of things. I would say to build your home. That's just my opinion.
Nice.
But if you can afford, yeah.
Shania is asking if Unit Trust does any training of young people. Can you train to get in the position? And if they don't, are there any other financial institutions that offer training to young people wanting to get into the financial sector?
Well, I would have known about, I know there are programs in the bank that they would have had the Youth Link at Republic, the Roy Tech at RBC with Unit Trust. I know we had the summer internship. So where we would invite, you would see it out there, we would invite participants and interns to come in so they get exposure to the organization. So like that's for a 2-month period. And of course, after that, you can feel free to submit your resumes and all to the organization.
Okay, I think that may be all the questions we have for now. So we want to thank you so much for presenting to us. We thank you so much for sharing of your knowledge, of your time, of your expertise in this field. We do appreciate it. And we pray that we could call on you again if necessary to share with our students. Yeah?
Certainly, it was very nice being here, and thank you all for your attention, right, and the warmth I felt virtually. All right, have a good day.
Have a blessed day.
Okay,
so we're
bye-bye.
moving quickly along, students. We're going into our presentation now from NESC. And is Miss James on?
Yes, I am.
NESC.
Good morning, everybody. So thank you so much for inviting me to this session. I am very happy to be a part of this Southeastern District. My name is Vanessa James, and I'm a Student Affairs Officer attached to the National Energy Skills Center, specifically the St. Madeleine campus. So in the interest of time, I'm going to get right into the presentation. I know that you all are probably a little tired, so I will try to make this as interesting as possible, all right? Now, NESC, what is NESC? We have been in existence. You all are seeing the screen, right?
Yes,
we are. The screen, but not as a slideshow. It is showing like your basic PowerPoint. So.
No problem. I could adjust it. All right. That's all. All right. So we have been in existence since 1997. And our primary purpose is to build the human capital within Trinidad and Tobago. We're all about making sure that Trinidad and Tobago is filled with skilled, competent workers. All right? Because that is going to take us forward as a nation. Persons who are able to use their skills effectively. Right? We are linked with a number of organizations. Some of them you may recognize, right? So I'll just pull out the organizations. BHP Billington, Atlantic LNG, Ansa McCall, Methanol Holdings, Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs, SM Jaleel, Massey Group, Methanex, NGC, and PowerGen, to name a few. We also have a number of international affiliations. For example, the International Association of Drilling Contractors, Red Deer College, which is a Canadian university that we work very, very closely with. In fact, our examinations, we collaborate with examinations with RDC so that at the end of your 2-year diploma with NESC, it is also recognized by Red Deer College in Alberta, Canada, and we'll speak a little bit more of that later on. Also Microsoft, the American Welding Society, and Cisco, which is another IT company. Now, what programs do we offer at NESC? We have 3 levels of programs, right? And these are the diploma programs, the craftsman level programs, and the professional development programs. The diploma programs are our star suite of programs offered. If you've ever considered working in the industry, maybe you've thought about it and you really can't see yourself having a desk job per se. You've seen yourself being in the future, and I'm sure all of us might have considered what we might like to do. By now, you may know if you prefer to work with your hands, if you're more of a tech person. Some of you might be into heavy gaming and stuff, and you know that, you function best behind a computer screen. Maybe you're learning about information networking, information technology might be a field for you, right?
some of us like to work with our hands and understand the way that things function. Maybe electrical or automotive services may be an excellent skill for you. We have things like millwrights, and just for the interest, if no one knows what millwright is, so millwright is a skill that deals with the installation, maintenance, and repairing of industry material in a nutshell. All right. So if there's machinery to be set up, let's say the company would have ordered a new machinery, the millwright person is the person who is going to do the setting up of it. If there's a job offsite, the millwright person would do the dismantling and the setting up, the aligning of the machinery and everything in that manner. Welding. Now that is, most persons should know about welding, right? It's basically the fusion of metals. We teach SMEW, GTAW, and FCAW, which is all the areas in welding, right? We don't teach the underwater welding at NESC, but you will cover all the basics that you need to know before you go in to do, if that is your choice, of course, if you go in, before you go in to do a specific diving course and stuff that would enable you to do it underwater. Now, I want to mention that these 2-year diploma programs are GATE approved. And that is very important for us to know, because it means now that the tuition is funded by the government. All right, so please take advantage of the opportunity that we have right now. I know that GATE is something that we have to really not take for granted. We don't know how long it will last for. So when you get the opportunity to do programs that are GATE approved, it is something that you should really at least consider. All right. We also have air condition and refrigeration and heavy equipment. And I must say, every single one of these programs, you will have the opportunity to do work on your own, become an entrepreneur, because these are skills that you could utilize privately. You could open a business of your own. It's not limited for you to work for a company. And I think that is the way forward. And NESC is continuing to produce a lot of entrepreneurs. I like that we are pushing that agenda in addition to, working with a company to gain the necessary experience. When persons feel confident enough, they branch off onto their own. And that is excellent. We really support that. Right? The 1-year Craftsman programs. Now, I mentioned the diplomas were 2 years. The Craftsman is a lower level program, so it's just 1 year. And this would cover things like rig mechanic, automotive services, welding, domestic electrical, air conditioning and refrigeration, pipe fitting and fabrication, machine shop, plumbing, and autotronics. Now, let me just mention the rig mechanic. It's different from the drill and rig operations because the rig mechanic is specific to doing repairs on the rig, whereas the drill and rig operations course, which is also offshore, would cater to all operations that happens on the rig. You're able to assist and repair and supervise. All right, autotronics. Right, let me just explain.
One second, Miss James. The slides have stopped. So right now we're seeing what is the NESC about. I was wondering too where you had reached in the presentation. Is it that the slides aren't moving, or is it your internet? I'm not sure what's going on.
No problem. Let me just bring you all up to speed because it's moving on my end.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. No problem. So you're seeing what is NESC. Is it moving now?
Yes, it's moving now.
All right.
So I'm seeing our corporate affiliations.
Right. And you're seeing that it is changing? Or is it sticking?
No, it's stuck. It's right there, same
All
place.
right. All right, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it like this and not put it
I'm
into
seeing international
slideshow.
affiliations now.
Great, great. So let me just run back to corporate affiliation. So these are some of the logos for some of our corporate affiliations locally that I would have mentioned. All right. And then I mentioned the international affiliations, which are companies like RDC, Microsoft, American Welding Society, and Cisco, right? And then we went into what programs we offer at NESC. So I spoke about the 3 different levels of programs, the diploma, the craftsman, and then we have the professional development programs. And in looking at the 2-year diploma programs, I mentioned the drilling rig operations that we have, which is an offshore course, an offshore program, the automotive services, heavy equipment, millwright, welding, electrical, AC and refrigeration, and information technology network specialist. And I want to just bring on the NESC website. Are you able to see the website that I have up? Or you still seeing the PowerPoint?
Ms. James, we still see the PowerPoint, but what you can do, you could stop share, and instead of sharing the program, share your entire screen.
All right,
and
so I'll
when
do
you
that.
reshare, then everything will run as it should.
Okay, good. All right.
So select the entire screen. You want on the top left as soon as you go to share screen.
Right, okay. Lovely. So, are you all with me on the website?
Right, totally with you now.
All right, thank you so much, sir. So, I'm making reference to the diploma programs, right? This is our website, www.nesc.edu.tt. So, any skill that you feel interested in, you may want some more information, right, before you make any sort of decisions, you can go to our website, and I will just, let's look at drilling, for example. When I click on it, it will tell me at the top where this course is available. So it is available at the Drilling Academy in St. Madeleine, right? There's a video at the top that you could look at, very informative. And what I want to mention with the drilling school is that we have an actual rig. You see, the gentleman is actually standing in front of it. We have an actual life-size rig on the compound. It's the only one at a training institution in the entire Caribbean and Latin America. So it's an excellent opportunity for you to gain the practical skills that you would need offshore right here in that school, right? Now, so it's a 2-year program. It will have the entry requirements, right? And then program content. So you just click the arrow, it will open up the information for you, right? You'll be able to see all the course objectives, the course content per trimester, and there will be 3 trimesters for the year, right? For the first year, all the skills that, all the courses that would be offered. And then you would see for year 2. And then at the bottom, you'll be able to see the certificates that you can get once you complete the course. And what is very interesting is that this 2-year program will enable you to get 3 certificates, right? Usually when you do a program, you get 1 certificate. This is allowing you to get 3 certificates. So the first certificate being your NESC diploma, the second certificate being your NESC Journeyman certificate, and I'll just explain how you get the Journeyman. When you complete your program, you would have completed and received, successfully completed, received your NESC diploma. you can acquire 1,640 industry experience on the job, and together with your NESC diploma, that will allow you to get your journeyman certificate. All right, and this would show that not only have I completed the theory necessary, but also I've had on-the-job training in this skill. So I am now considered at a journeyman level, right? The third certificate is a certificate awarded from Red Deer College. And I mentioned earlier, this college in Canada, we work very closely with, and they provide this certificate. So in addition to the NESC diploma and the NESC journeyman, there are two RDC Red Deer College practicals that you would do, which is fitted in the course, right? So at the end of each trimester, there's this practical exam. And once you're successful in those practical exams at the end of year 1 and year 2, you would also, and you've acquired your journeyman certificate, you'll also get the trades professional certificate from Red Deer College, Alberta, Canada. And this is very significant because it means that it is now recognized in North America and Canada. So you can take your certificate and work abroad if you choose to. Right, so I'm moving on. Now that I've shown you an example of how to maneuver on your website, it's very user friendly. So how to maneuver on your website to see more information for any of these programs that you may be interested in, right? I'm going to move on to the craftsman level. And remember that all these diploma programs, y'all are with me with the slide right now. I'm looking at the slide. Hello?
Yes, we're seeing the slide, 2-year diploma programs.
All right, thank you, Miss. So remember, all these 2-year diploma programs are GATE approved. The craftsman level programs, which is 1 year long, is not GATE approved. All right, it means that it is self-funded out of pocket, and the cost of it is $8,000 for the entire year, and there are payment plans available. All right, so we have the rig mechanic, automotive services, welding, domestic electrical, AC and refrigeration, pipe fitting and fabrication, machine shop, plumbing, and autotronics. Right? I think before we started over, I was saying that the autotronics is just like the automotive services. It's just specific to the electrical components of the vehicle. All right. So everything powered in the vehicle, this course is going to be specific to repairing, right? So you could actually open your own business that deals with just the electrical components of a vehicle. So when anybody has any electrical issues with their car, they can come to your garage, right? Professional development programs. So these professional development programs, or short courses, include courses like Basic Car Care, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, Introduction to Cybersecurity, valve servicing and installation, pipe fitting and fabrication, to name a few. Right? Now, you may ask yourself, why should I attend NESC? Well, I've listened to some of the other presentations, and they were talking a lot about doing what you're passionate about, right? And I strongly believe that if it is you do something that you love, you will not actually work for the rest of your life. You know, you would just be doing something that you enjoy, which happens to bring in an income. Now, I would like to mention that NESC is ACTT accredited. And what does that mean? When you are looking to join an institution, you should check to see if they are accredited. And that means that they have to abide by a certain level and standard to uphold this accreditation status. All right, so NESC has a lot, they're held accountable to the service that they provide, right? We are constantly checked. The things that we claim to do, we have to make sure that we can provide evidence on. So it's very important to make sure that, you know, you go into a school that they stand behind what they say they are about, all right? And they are being checked upon. We have a lot of international affiliations, so we don't necessarily only look locally to what is happening. The world is changing, the world is evolving, technology is becoming larger and larger, a larger and larger component of our everyday lives. And we therefore want to make sure that we are on the international platform and we are kept abreast with ever changing, uh, especially with regards to our skill areas. So every skill area that we have assigned subject matter experts and we have research assistants, and we make sure that we are kept abreast with the latest information in the skills that we teach. We have very strong links with our industry. So industry members sit on our board. So if they are there on our board, they are able to tell us directly what it is they are looking for in employees, and we are able to translate that into our classroom setting. We have industry mirrored workshops. That means that when you go to one of our workshops, a lot of the equipment that you find there, you will also find in your actual job. So let's look at automotive. When you go, you're able to use a diagnostic scan tool, and that is what you'll be using, let's say in Answer Motors or Lifestyle Motors, um, any of those automotive companies, Massey Motors, for example. We have a lot of technology used in our institution. All of our exams are online, multiple choice. Of course, not the practicals, but all the theory exams are multiple choice. And there's Wi-Fi access throughout the campus. We constantly use technologies, let's say for meetings that we have with our students. We have a lot of successful graduates that can attest to how NESE has transformed their lives, right? The availability of jobs in the industry for graduates. So we know that we are in an economy that jobs is not necessarily the easiest thing to get right now. Why I think having a skill is so important is that you don't have to always rely on a company to hire you. You could go out and get work for yourself, earn an income on your own because you have skills that are in demand. Let's say, for instance, you are able to work as an electrician or even an air conditioning and refrigeration serviceman. You have the knowledge, you have the skills, you purchase the tools, and you could start off small. You could start off by servicing your relatives' air conditioning units. And then, of course, they may give you referrals to other friends and family, and so on and so on. And you develop your clientele, right? And I really want to encourage thinking of having an entrepreneurial mindset, all right? Student services and provisions. We have an entire department devoted to student services and making sure that your stay at NESE is comfortable, right? You are clients, the number one priority in the school. We want to make sure that your needs are met and the experience is one that you would have fond memories of. Equal opportunity policy is adhered to, open door policy, and we welcome student feedback. So how do you apply to NESE, right? Applications are open for this year's intake in September, from May to September, and we will be recruiting publicly. And you can see our updated calendar via our NESE Facebook page. You can also walk in to any of our campuses, the St. Madeleine campus, the Point Lisas campus, or the Goldsboro campus. That one is located in Tobago. And lastly, there's the option of applying online. And the website I mentioned before, nese.edu.tt. What is required for registration? Well, you need to have a completed application form, which you can find online or you can get at the campus. You need to have your original birth certificate and a photocopy, your national ID, or a passport or a driver's permit and a photocopy, one passport size photo, a medical certificate of fitness, which is needed because a lot of the practical work is a little labor intensive. You may be required to stand for long periods or lift heavy objects. So we just need something stating that you're medically fit to be able to do the course. Academic certificates and copies. So that would refer to your CXC or CAPE certificates. Drug test results. We need to make sure that in order for you to be able to operate machinery and function efficiently, that you're able to pass a drug test. All right. E-Gate ID. Now that is just to ensure that you are gate funded, and we will assist you with that application at the campus, right? So you don't have to worry about that until you have been accepted already, right? And lastly, there's a registration fee of $300 that you also don't have to worry about until you have been accepted. Now, we like to have fun at NASC. It's not just about work. We have slowed down a lot with the events because of COVID, understandably, right? But I would like to share some of the events that we usually do. Every year we take part in our Know Your Country tour that my department hosts. And this picture that we have was actually taken in front of Tufco in Labre. We took persons that were interested to the southern coast. So we went as far as the Cacos, and we had a lot of fun. It was a wonderful day, and we also went a hike. This hike was at Triples. We have events such as Health and Wellness Day. Here we have a member of the Student Council serving a smoothie to staff and students. Right, on more pictures from the Know Your Country tour. Right. Sporting activities. So I'm sure you all could tell which team won. The red team is celebrating, and the blue team looks a little blue. Football tournaments and field trips. Now, it's very important that we take students to companies, recognize reputable companies in the skill that they are interested in. It's an opportunity for them to see if this is really the career that they would like to go into. It's an opportunity for them to liaise with industry professionals and ask them questions about how do I get into this organization and what is it like to work here. They get a tour of the entire facility, and it's an opportunity for them to get a real experience as to what a day in the life of a employee there looks like, right? So the automotive class, I would have taken them to Lifestyle Motors in Sawa. I would have taken the electrical class to PowerGen. The last field trip that they would have got to was just before the pandemic, to PowerGen. Yeah. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. Do you all have any questions to me?
All right, so we have one question come up already.
Sure.
Can you do heavy equipment after completing, I'm guessing the automotive program they're asking about is EMT. So if you do like EMT at CSEC level, would you be able to do heavy equipment after?
Yes. So let me just state that the prerequisite subjects for any course is usually math, English, and a science subject. However, we make exceptions. So even if you don't meet that criteria, once you come in and you have an interview with us, the teacher of the course would determine whether they would allow you to be a part. So you don't have to worry too much about having prior knowledge in the skill that you're interested in pursuing. All right, so definitely that should not be a problem. Yeah, you could do heavy equipment with DMT.
Lovely. We're just
Any
holding on for a few more questions to come in.
No problem.
Okay, Tia is asking, can we do courses part-time, and how much longer will the course be extended if you do part-time?
Okay, excellent question. Part-time courses just take 1 extra year. All right. Right now, however, we don't have the courses running part-time. However, we're looking at starting that, let's say, January. So the full-time may start September, the part-time may start January. All right. So once you are interested, you go through the regular process of filling out the application, and there's a box that you tick, full-time or part-time. So you take full-time, and you can expect that instead of 2 years, the course will last for 3 years. But it's also gate funded and everything.
Okay, great. We're holding on. Another question is coming in.
No problem.
With the courses from NESC, would you be able to go on to pursue a degree in engineering?
All right. So good question again. It depends on the institution. So some institutions I know, for example, COSTAT, they would take our diploma graduates and allow them to transfer. They may be exempted from some subjects when they are pursuing their degree in information technology at the school. So it really depends on the institution. In terms of engineering, we don't per se have an engineering course that would transfer into an engineering degree. So the foundation courses and everything you would have to you will have to do at the university. So it's a little different, right? The engineering with regard to the courses we may have, like the millwright, the instrumentation, the welding, the fabricator. It's not it's not like a smooth transition. You would definitely need to cover the foundation at the institution. Yes, it may be an asset that you have the skills of having a diploma in something like instrumentation, definitely, or fabrication, or welding, or millwright, but it wouldn't have you exempted per se, I think, at a university that does engineering like UTT or UE.
Okay, fair enough. And there's another question from Darren. Can you do automotive service and then do auto electrical after? And how will the practical be?
All right. Now, No problem. So, Daryl, if you're doing automotive services, there's no need to do autotronics because that is incorporated in the automotive services. The automotive services covers everything you would need to know about cars, whether it be in hybrid or engines, transmissions, the electrical components, everything. The autotronics is the course that only specifies in electrical. The automotive services has everything in it, right? That's why that is a 2-year course and the electrical is just 1 year. Um, there was a second part to the question, something with practical.
Yeah, he was asking, what would the practical be? What would it be like, I guess?
Right. So I mentioned mirrored industry workshops. So a workshop would look like an actual garage where you would go to service a vehicle. Um, Basically, any garage that you would go to on the outside, the workshops are very similar. I don't know if I have any time I could show a short video. Miss would advise.
Um, how
I
short a
could send
video?
it. I could
Oh,
send
you
it to
could
you
send it?
to share. Yeah. Let
Yes,
me tell
send
you
it.
how long it. Yeah. Okay,
Send
I
it
will send it to
privately.
you. No
Yeah,
problem.
because
I
we're
will
moving a little
email
bit
it to
against
you.
the time.
Right, right. I understand. That's why I wanted to show it, but that's why I didn't show it initially. Yeah.
So you have a compliment here from Pradesh. He says that he really likes how you took your time and you explained all the details and the entry requirements for NESC. So he thanks you kindly for that.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the feedback.
Lovely. And we have Antonio asking, um, can anybody do programming?
Yes, definitely. That is a component in the IT. And when you go onto our website, you would see the course components. So I only went through drill and rig. But for every skill, there's a page that you just click on the skill that you're interested in getting more information on. And programming is a component of the information network technology course.
Okay, great. We're just holding on for 1 minute left.
Right.
Again, anybody who wants any last minute questions because we're getting ready to wrap up.
Right. So while we're waiting on the question, I know that you all are preparing to write CXE. I just want to wish you all the best. I want to say thanks so much for paying attention in the session that we had. And definitely, I hope to see some of you come into our system, into our school. We put the students first, which is very critical. So I want you all to feel like a family when you all come into the institution. That is the atmosphere that we hope to create, our department. Um, I want to say congrats so far on all that you all have accomplished in terms of finishing your CXE. You all should feel really proud that you all have reached this far. Don't take it for granted, right? And definitely put your best foot forward, right? CXE is the foundation for your career. And of course, the next step may be CAPE, right? It doesn't have to be. But for those who are set on, going on to CAPE, definitely put your best foot forward because, we have one shot at this. So all the best.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss James. I know that you all have had quite a mouthful in terms of our company so far. So we're gonna run and take a quick break, just about 5 minutes, stretch your legs, get a snack, get some water, play some music. Yeah, relax yourself for 2 minutes and let's get back in here. We have Wasa coming up next. Wasa is coming up with
Excellent.
it. And thank you so much, Miss James.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson, for the invitation. Bye, guys.
Find something you love to do. Do it every day.
Hi, good morning. This is Ruben George from the Water and Sewerage Authority.
Good morning,
Hi,
Mr.
good morning,
George.
sir. How are you?
Right. Good, good. Is this Mrs. Tyson speaking?
No, it isn't. It's Miss White.
Okay, Ms. White. Okay, so I am on the session, so I don't know when would be our turn. So I'm just letting you know that I'm here. So if whenever you are, I am here. I'm ready as well.
Sure. We'll be merging you with the other room.
Right.
Yes. So as soon as we merge you, then we'll tell you when to go ahead and start presenting.
No problem. So I'm just here. So you can let me know anytime. Okay.
Sure, will do.
Okay. Thanks much.
Welcome.
Hi, Ms. White.
Hi.
We are ready whenever you all are ready.
All right. This is Miss.
This is Ms. Ramsey Munch from RSC.
All right. Sure. We'll let you know.
We have already merged the two rooms, rooms 2 and 3.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, we are back from our break and we are continuing with our virtual career fair coming out of the Southeastern Education District. We are moving on to two presenters with us this morning from the Water and Sewage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. We have with us Mr. Ruben George and Ms. Tracy Subban. So let's listen to what they have to say.
All right. Are you all hearing me? Good morning.
Yes, we are.
All right. So as Ms. said, my name is Ruben George. I am from the Corporate Communications Department of the Water and Sewage Authority, St. Joseph. And with me, we also have Ms. Tracy Subban, right, from the Human Resources Department. So we are here for, as Ms. said, for a short while to just go through a bit of information concerning WASA. We know it's a career fair. We know the students and those who are on the platform this morning kind of inquisitive as to the jobs in the industry in terms of water and wastewater. So just to give you a little background on WASA, let me see, I just want to be able to share my screen. Just give me 1 second so I could share my screen. What I have up on your screen, is everybody able to see this slide I have on your screen here?
I would think so. I'm seeing it.
Right.
You all
right,
have beautiful.
Okay, so what we have here is the logo for WASA. I think everybody should be familiar with WASA's logo. What you see in there is the you would be able to see a blue line and also a black line. It represents the two aspects of WASA. All right, WASA is not only water, but WASA is also wastewater services, or in other words, sewerage, right? Now, the blue line represents obviously water, or drinking water, that is, potable water. And the black line underneath would represent sewerage, right? So there's two aspects of WASA. Now, in a lot of other water companies around the world, a lot of times they would only be one aspect of the company, either wastewater or water treatment. I know some of you all probably would have been hearing on the news that one of the things that they are kind of throwing up in the air right now is if they should actually separate WASA now from water and wastewater and make it two separate entities. But traditionally, it has been the both of them as one, and so that is what WASA is: water and wastewater, or sewerage. Now, something I want to mention here quickly before I move on: the word sewerage there. To those of you who probably might kind of be inquisitive, that word is totally different from the word sewage. Now, a lot of times we would say water and sewage authority, which is wrong. It's not water and sewage authority, it's actually the water and sewerage authority. All right. The word sewerage, if you take the first 5 letters in the word sewerage, you would get sewer. And that is what a sewerage system is a network of sewers that actually transports wastewater. All right. So if and to give you all an idea to understand what we are talking about, if you all I think everybody, all the students probably would have watched the movie The Ninja Turtles, right? And when they going home, they will open a manhole, jump inside a pipeline underground, and run through those big lines with water and things in it. Now, those big lines are actually sewers. And those sewers, it transports wastewater. Now, the word sewage, S-E-W-A-G, is actually the raw wastewater itself. That comes from different places. Wastewater is generated from a lot of different places. For example, the water that you used to bathe with this morning, that water, when it goes down into the drain, that water would be considered wastewater or sewage. It's water that you would not use again, right? At least not for now. All right, so that water is considered wastewater or sewage. Water used to brush your teeth, flush the toilet, bathe the dog, wash the car, whatever. That water, once you use it and you let it out, is considered to be wastewater or sewage. All right, so that's the difference there. Okay, now what does WASA really do? Who is WASA really? Now, a lot of times you would see when you're driving on the roads and whatever, you would see sometimes WASA crews, they would be digging the road. I know a lot of times people complain about that, laying down pipelines and stuff like that. So WASA is about sending water into people's homes, right? So we take the water from different places, different sources. We take water from rivers, we take water from reservoirs, we take water from wells, underground that is, we treat it, we clean that water and send it for persons for drinking, all right? Now, WASA is the major suppliers of water in the country. All right, WASA may not be the sole supplier, but we are the major suppliers, right, of water in the country. All right, we were mandated by the government in 1965 to handle all issues that relates to water in the country. All right, so WASA is mandated to take water from the rivers because definitely we cannot take the water straight from the rivers or the reservoirs and drink it just like that. All right, so we have to send the water through a purification process. And in sending it through a purification process, we would then distribute it to different communities in the country. All right, also WASA would take wastewater from persons' homes and different places in the community, like schools and businesses and religious entities, whatever you has in the community that generates wastewater. WASA would take that wastewater and then treat it, bring it back to an environmentally friendly standard, and then send it back into the receiving streams of the rivers, back into the environment. All right. So in a nutshell, that is what WASA do. That is who we are, right? We treat water and wastewater in terms of water for drinking purpose, and in terms of wastewater to get it clean, to send it back into the environment. The vision of WASA really is to be the best performing water utility in the Western Hemisphere. The mission of WASA is to be a leading provider of water and wastewater services, to deliver customer service along the highest international recognized and accepted standards, all right, to continuously develop best business practices utilizing advanced technology and a well-developed and motivated workforce, to leverage on industry expertise to offer global water and wastewater services, right, and to sustain a commercialized business while remaining sensitive to our stakeholders and our environment. All right, so that is both the vision and the mission of WASA, all right, as it is right now. Now, it was formed, as I said, in 1965 is when WASA actually came into being. But before 1965, WASA never really existed before 1965, but the water sector was existing, all right? And we had about 7 different agencies that used to handle our water and wastewater concerns in Trinidad and Tobago, right? This is prior to 1965. You had the Central Water Distribution Authority, you had the Port of Spain City Council, right? You had the San Fernando Borough Council. Well, back then, I think there was only one city, which was Port of Spain, all right? You had San Fernando, Arima were boroughs. So you had the Arima Borough Council, then you had the county councils. You had the Water Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities, and then the Sanitation Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities, which would have dealt with the wastewater services and stuff like that. So these were the different agencies that handle the water and wastewater services prior to WASA, before WASA was birthed. WASA was birthed in September 1965, all right? So when WASA was birthed, you had these 7 different agencies came together to form what we now know as WASA. So WASA has been existing since 1965 to present. Maybe chances are in the near future, as things go, it may change again. It may develop into something else. So we just have to wait and see. All right. So I know you all will be waiting for us to discuss what is the different jobs in the water and the wastewater sector. Now, WASA is just like any other company. We have a lot of different areas, not only now, traditionally WASA is deeply rooted in engineering, because that is the main function of WASA is in terms of distributing water, laying over pipelines, pumps, valves, that's the core service of WASA. All right. So we are deeply rooted in engineering. So you would find a lot of engineers existing in WASA. All right. Technicians and these kind of things. But that doesn't mean that that is the only skill set that is required in WASA. All right. WASA is a very vast and diverse company with a lot of other departments. Right. So we have different departments in WASA, and I will call a few, right? I would not call all of them, but I would just call a few so you all can get an idea. Now, WASA has executive chairman, and under that you have different departments like the human resources department, which is the HR department, and in the human resources department you have human resource officers, right? You have human resource information officers, right? And they have just in the human resources department, they have a lot of different skill sets that is required to carry out the work of the human resources department. If I could probably just call some of the qualifications of, let's say, a human resource information officer. A degree, as we know, is kind of fundamental to a lot of positions that you have in companies now. So a degree is like, well, long ago, once somebody completes a secondary education, they have a full CXC certificate and they could go and, get a job and stuff like that. But today, in today's world, a degree is kind of like a basic requirement, right? So a lot of these positions obviously would require a degree. For example, in human resource information, you would have like a degree in social science or equivalent combination of qualification experience. All right. You have training as evidenced by a certificate or diploma in human resource management, right? Microsoft Office certification and stuff like that. So you have these kind of things is critical in terms of being a human resource information officer, right? If we could skip along across the we have different departments like the finance department, right? The finance department, obviously, they are critical in handling the finances of the authority. So all monies and stuff like that would pass through the finance department. And you have a lot of accountants, right? Who would make up the finance department. All right. So accounting, a lot of qualified accountants with ACCA qualifications and stuff like that would be required in the finance department. All right. So, sometimes you would think that when you finish school, if you want to work in a company like WASA, well, then you have to be an engineer. That is really not totally true, right? You could have chemists. A person who's qualified in chemistry, they do a lot of lab work and stuff like that. And we have in WASA, we also require a lot of chemists that would test water and test for the different parameters in water to make sure it's safe for persons to drink and stuff like that. We have lawyers in WASA, right? So there's a lot of different things. Probably the biggest department in WASA would be the operations department. And the operations department would have the bulk of what we would call technicians and engineers and stuff like that will make up the core service of WASA. I mentioned that before. So in the operations division, you would have a lot of these type of qualifications required. Civil engineers, electrical engineers, electronic engineers, we have mechanical engineers as well. So all types of engineers we have employed at WASA. All right. A lot of times our CEOs, they are also engineers because they have to understand the core service of WASA, how WASA operates and stuff like that. So in the operations department, you would have a lot of these technicians and engineers and things there. Now, if I could probably give you some qualifications for probably one or two of the positions in the operations department. Well, CXC passes is a must. All right, that is critical before you actually branch out into doing your A-levels and university and stuff like that. But if you are choosing to go into the area of engineering and stuff like that, obviously you would have to choose like a lot of the science subjects and things like physics and stuff like that. So you'll be able to be better prepared for when you go into the engineering field. All right. And then obviously you would have to go on to be qualified in your relevant area, whether it be civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and stuff like that. So yeah, so the operations department really and truly would be the department that would house most of your technicians and engineers and stuff like that. WASA also has a very large network base in terms of information and communications, I think. So we would have a lot of IT officers and then also working at WASA. All right. And like, for example, in your IT officer, minimum qualifications would be a degree in computer science, computers and telecommunications, electrical and computer engineering, or a related field. All right. So our IT department, because of how computerized WASA is now, because a lot of the equipment that we have, a lot of the plants, the water treatment plants, is fully computerized. Right. We use systems like SCADA, where we have all the pumps and everything is controlled via the computers and stuff like that. Whereas in times past, those things would have had to be controlled manually, pumps and stuff like that. But now, a lot of WASA's equipment is actually fully computerized. So the information systems and computer systems, I think, is very critical today in the management of WASA and its services as well. So yeah, so WASA has a lot of different areas that is not really only streamlined to engineering and stuff like that, but we also have a lot of areas where you have persons being qualified in, as I said, in a lot of different things, accounting and legal stuff and stuff like that. That is really important for the day-to-day runnings of the authority. So anybody has any questions that they would want to ask concerning jobs running at WASA? Any questions?
Sir, the questions are coming from the chat online, so we are waiting.
Okay, no problem. Now, one of the main things that WASA do, as I said, is water treatment. And water treatment, in the water treatment process and even in the wastewater treatment process, a lot of chemicals is being used. Well, most of the water treatment process, we have a lot of chemicals being used. So we need, a lot of times we have to have persons very qualified in handling chemicals and stuff like that. Aluminum sulfate, polymers, chlorine. All right. WASA also has labs that we have to test water 24/7 to make sure that the water is safe for drinking purpose and stuff like that. So all these things is kind of critical to the service of WASA. So if we don't have any questions as yet, maybe I could just hand it back over to the teacher, and when the questions come in, you could come back to me, miss, if there's not a problem.
Mr. George, we have no questions at this time.
Okay, no problem. Is there anything else you might want me to explain in terms of water treatment, wastewater treatment, that kind of thing. I know the is just strictly about careers. So, but if there's any other thing that you think may be important in terms of the understanding of the students, you can feel free to tell me.
So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
We know, I think everybody is familiar with WASA.
Right.
You see them working all the time, you know, they're on the roads, and they are very much responsible for the quality of the water we get in our homes, as well as the waste that, you know, is taken out of our homes.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that there are any misconceptions persons have about people in your area of work, persons who work at WASA?
Yeah, obviously there will be a lot of misconceptions concerning WASA, because a lot of times what would make us stand up companies like maybe TNTech or TST or different utility companies is the fact that a lot of WASA's infrastructure is underground. All right. A lot of the other utility companies, their infrastructure might be overhead on top of the surface or stuff like that. So every time WASA has to do something, it would impact negatively on the image of WASA, because we always have to like dig the roads to access our infrastructure, hinder the traffic, those kind of things. There is a lot of misconception concerning WASA. For example, one of the main misconceptions that persons have is, you know, sometimes when water is coming white in your taps, you know, a lot of people think that WASA is not treating the water properly. The water it has so much of chlorine in the water is so white, and they say, well, WASA doesn't know what they're doing, they don't know how to treat. But actually, a lot of times, well, most of the times, that is not really chlorine and stuff like that in the water, because when WASA treats water and sends it out, it must meet the WHO standards, which is the World Health Organization standards. So we cannot send out water to persons for drinking that does not meet the World Health Organization standards. That is one of the main misconceptions that persons have out there with WASA. All right, that whiteness in water is actually like air particles that is in the lines, that if you allow water to settle for a while, that water would just come back to its natural color, the normal color. It's definitely not chlorine, because if we were to overdose the water with chlorine is a poisonous gas. It will definitely do harm to our bodies. So in light of these kind of things, you know, yes, WASA has a bit of negative image outside there. There's also things that WASA really needs to improve on. There's a lot of things that WASA could improve on. But you know, a lot of times people doesn't understand as well. Pipelines underground and the aging infrastructure that WASA has to deal with. And they are very critical on WASA in terms of us repairing leaks and stuff like that underground. But we have over 6,000 kilometers of pipelines underground, under the roads. And it is a very difficult task to detect leaks sitting underground and then go about repairing them without having some type of disruption taking place. So that is also another area that I think probably with better communications with the public, maybe we could try to help to change that image. But that is one of the areas that WASA takes a lot of leaks in as well. Road restorations and stuff like that, and you know, the difficulties that is involved in those kind of things.
So I know that, you know, in our day-to-day interactions, we would hear people making comments about WASA, and
Right.
definitely I've heard this being asked. Is it possible to have the pipelines placed above the ground?
In some cases, it may, but in most cases, the safest thing for our drinking water pipelines, a lot of times the safest place to be is on the ground, out of the public eyesight, being able to come in contact with these lines and stuff like that is the safest place to have them on the ground.
On the ground for the sake of safety.
Safety, and then you see, a lot of times, if persons driving down the road and you have accidents on the road and somebody veer off the road for some particular reason, if you have lines on the sides of the roads, all right, it will always be disrupted by maybe accidents or persons interfering with the lines, that kind of thing. So a lot of, and even in terms of in safety, preventing persons from having access to water in the lines. Because if you have water above the ground, running water in lines, it is very easy for people who have wrong intentions to interfere with the lines. And poisonous stuff in the water and stuff like that. So
definitely.
yeah, so one of the that is one of the main concerns we would have. But in some cases, we wouldn't be able to help it. We'd have to have water above the ground running, maybe across a bridge or something like that. But generally, they would prefer to have them underground.
Good morning.
So Mr. George, thank you so much for that clarification. We have another question. Students want to know if UV lights are used in the water purification process.
Yes, UV lights are used in the water purification process. UV obviously stands for ultraviolet lights. There are three main types of disinfectants used in the water industry. There is chlorine, as we all know. All right, there's ozone, and if anybody has a bottled water, maybe a Blue Waters bottle, you would, if you look at the purification description, you would see it would state, one of the things it will state is ozonated for your protection. All right, so ozone is one of the type of disinfectants used. Chlorine is another type, and then UV lights, ultraviolet lights. UV lights is more so used in wastewater treatment. And the reason we use UV lights in wastewater treatment is when UV lights are used, it does not leave a residual of any type of disinfectant in the water. So the water is deemed to be environmentally safe. Because if we use chlorine, for instance, in treating wastewater, that wastewater, it will have residual in it of chlorine. If that water goes back into a river, that chlorine residual as in the water will definitely do harm to the aquatic life in the water. So in wastewater treatment, you would need disinfectants that is environmentally safe. And UV lights is one of those disinfectants that is more popularly used. So the three main disinfectants that is used in the water sector is UV lights, chlorine, and ozone. WASA mainly uses chlorine in water treatment. In wastewater treatment, we use UV lights.
Thank you so much. And we have another question coming our way. And it seems to be from someone who is from Manzalina, a student from Manzalina, because the student wants to know how, and I'm using the words of the students, how Manzanilla and other districts don't get water as often.
All right, there is a lot of communities in Trinidad that don't get water on a 24/7 basis. I mean, it's no secret. There's a lot of complaints WASA has to deal with. I mean, I believe it is between 92 to 95% of the population in Trinidad are customers of WASA, meaning they get a WASA bill. In some way they are connected to WASA's distribution system, right? But not all those persons actually gets water on a 24/7 basis. All right. Approximately maybe 25 to 30% of the population has water 24/7. So the majority of the WASA customer base actually does not get water 24/7. Some persons would get water 5 days a week, 3 days a week. There's even some persons who get water 1 day a week, right? It's something that WASA has for the longest while been trying to improve on. But it is a difficult task to accomplish. Even if you look at international standards, in a lot of developed countries, that is one of the main issues that governments would face. Getting water 24/7 for persons, for each and every person in the country. But it is something that we believe that could happen. And WASA is definitely working towards achieving that. The government currently is trying to do its best in that regard to improve the service that WASA gives in these areas as well, in Manzalina areas, rural areas, and way down south and different places. It's something that WASA needs to improve on, but there may be certain challenges in certain areas. All right. For example, in certain areas, they are not, because of where they are situated, they are really not connected to the main water distribution system. They are connected to rural intakes and stuff like that. So for example, if we go way up into Toko, those persons who way up by Shark River, and way up into Matla, turning there, those persons get a local water supply from their area. So what WASA would do, we would take a rural intake and tap into that rural intake and then distribute water for that immediate community there, because they are not connected to the main lines that come in from the Caroni water treatment plant. So what happens is sometimes those intakes may not have water or enough water year round to supply people. That is one of the main challenges WASA face in these kind of areas as well. Sometimes if we take in water from a well to supply a particular area, extracting water on a daily basis from that well is going to diminish the supply of water in the well. So what WASA would have to do, we'd have to be checking the water to see how much water we can take. Now in the dry season, those wells, they would be diminished a lot because there's no rainfall to replenish the water in the well. All right. In the rainy season, it may be different. They may get water more often, but in the dry season, we would have to kind of ration the water a lot. So there's a lot of different things that affects the supply of water to persons who water from a surface water supply. In the dry season and the rainy season, these people, believe it or not, would be affected. Because in the dry season, evaporation affects the level of water in the rivers and the reservoirs. So we have to ration the water, right, to kind of make sure that we have water for the entire dry season. So persons could at least have a supply of water for the entire dry season. And also when rain is falling, we have issues of high turbidity content in the river. All right, like a lot of mud and slush and coming on the river that prevents WASA from actually treating the water effectively. So a lot of times we have to stop, allow that water to flow until it clears up a bit and then start back to take water for treatment. So there's a lot of things that challenges that WASA face in that regard, but there's also the intent to improve on the amount of persons that gets 24/7. So in the Manzanilla area, how could the student tell us how often they get water for the week in the Manzanilla area?
Okay, so we are waiting on that information. Could the student please tell us how often they get water in the Manzanilla area? And
if it's a normal thing for them to not have water like that, or is it just a recent problem they're experiencing in the past month or the past 2 weeks? Those kind of things. Maybe if they could, unless what we could probably do, if we have any concerns or complaints, they could email us the information, and we could try to see if we have it sorted out from on this end. So
definitely.
Ms. Balkaran to send you all our contact, the email contact, and you all could email any complaints like that they have. We could try to see what best could happen.
Yes, and while we are waiting on that information, does WASA, we have another question. Does WASA use water from the sea at any time? Do they use the sea as a source, as a water source?
Yes, I wouldn't say WASA directly. The government has the private sector who actually would operate that on WASA's behalf. So, for example, in the Point Lisas industrial estate, you have the Salcott desalination plant. Well, it's called the Salcott, the desalination company of Trinidad and Tobago. And they take water from the Gulf of Paria. When they take Gulf of Paria, they convert that water into fresh water, and they would then sell that water to us. So WASA would purchase all the water that then we would distribute it to the customers in the area. But most of that water from the Salcott plant was really intended to go to industrial customers, which is in the industrial estate in Point Lisas. but it do go to also a lot of residential customers running it. So yes, and that yes is the answer. We take water from the oceans and convert it into fresh water and distribute it for persons to drink.
All right, thank you for that very valuable information. And the student has said that they receive water every 2 to 3 weeks, and this has been happening over the past several months.
Okay, so what we could do, Miss, I will get my, what I will do, I will get my email address across to you via Miss Barker, so she will message it across to you, and you could, if like that complaint from that particular student, they could forward me that complaint, right? Let me just give me 1 second. Miss, would it be possible for you to give me your email or email contact for you, or some type of contact, so I could forward my information to you?
Yes, I will at the end of the presentation.
Sure, no problem.
All right. So at this time, we are not seeing any further questions, but I can say that this presentation was so very interesting. I mean, a lot of us identify WASA and we only think about the water aspect of it, but today we were able to see that there is so much more involved, and definitely storage is an aspect of it. So we know things are not, we do not live in an ideal world, and definitely WASA is working on making things better. All right?
Yes, definitely.
Right, so thank you so much for your presentation.
All right. And I want to also expressly thank you all for allowing us, myself and Mrs. Suban, to be part of the platform this morning. I hope that we can do justice in some way, at least enlighten the students on different careers at WASA in terms of what there is currently. As you all know, and you'll be reading in the news, things could change in a matter of weeks or months. But I hope that the information is relevant, and it could, in some way be beneficial to the cause of the career fair this morning. So thanks a lot for allowing us on the platform.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Nice. And where's my slide? Are you seeing my slides? Hello?
Yes, hi, yes, we are seeing a slide.
Hi, are you seeing my slide?
Yes, we are.
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. Right, so without further delay, I will begin. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asha Jagisa Jagannath, and with me is my colleague, Mrs. Sharon Gabriel Charles. I'm sorry you're not able to see us right now because we are having problems with our visual. It is not clear at all. So that is one of our shortcomings. We're going to have to fix that. But moving right along, we are thankful that Southeast Education District has invited us to participate in their career fair, and the virtual career fair seems to have been taking over in being an effective medium to the greater part during this COVID time. So as you see here, my name is Asha and Sharon. We would like that when persons have questions, they can ask us at the end of the presentation just by using the symbol of show of hand. I think I'm going a little too fast. Right. So what we do, the National Employment Service is a unit that is part of the Ministry of Labor. What we do is we do job placement, correct counseling, we do assessment of persons who are seeking employment, e-recruiting, we refer persons to employment in the private and the public sector. Work permit investigations relates to persons or businesses in the private sector mainly who wishes to bring non-nationals into Trinidad and Tobago for employment. Ministry of Labor sits on the Work Permit Advisory Committee, and we make assessment or we look at the justification for wanting to bring in foreigners. So our stakeholders are you, the students, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and the stakeholders that we serve in the private and the public sector. So focus today is to do cover letter and resume writing. I have included the preparation of interview if time permits, and when we finish the cover letter and resume, if time permits, I will delve a bit into the preparation of an interview. So the application form. What is an application? An application when you're responding to a job that is available, a job that you see in the newspaper, vacancy, anywhere, the internet, or something on your social media. There are two documents that accompany an application, a cover letter and a resume. And we'll be going straight into what are the cover letter and the resume. What is a cover letter? It is the first opportunity to introduce yourself to a potential employer. It introduces your resume and it highlights relevant skills, talents, and experience. So it is just your marketing tool. As it says, it introduces yourself. We view that as your marketing tool. It introduces your resume, meaning that it allows you to extract the very pertinent or areas in your resume that you wish to highlight, to bring it to the fore as related to the position you're applying for, and you place that in your cover letter. So it highlights relevant skills, talents, and experience. Parts of the cover letter, you have the writer's address and the date. The writer's address is you, the applicant, who is doing this application. The inside address, which is the person the application is going towards, person and the company address. Salutation. Salutation means dear sir, madam. The introduction, your body, and close, as with any letter. Your introduction should state why you are writing, the name of the position or the field you're interested in, where you received information on the vacancy, and also to put that one-liner to say that your resume is attached or enclosed for perusal. Normally, introduction is 3 lines for the most to cover all those 4 areas. The body is where the meat or the critical area of your cover letter comes to the fore, where you pay the most emphasis, where you match your background to the position that you're applying for. You show how you are a worthy candidate for the position by zooming into your work experience, the skills and education as it relates to the position that you're vying for, and why you believe that you are ideal candidate for the position. It will make reference to the second bullet where you talk about your experience, skill, and education. Closing, you confirm how you can be contacted. You thank the reader for their time, be very courteous, and you ensure you sign your letter. So I'm going to pull up a cover letter to show you. Sharing my box if you're seeing the screen. Okay. Minimize. Okay, I sharing. Are you seeing the cover letter? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Excellent. So I'm just going through what we have done so far with the cover letter. The name is at the very top. The applicant's name is Joanne Smith. Joanne Smith address is 99 Bonaventure Road, Gasparilla. The email address, smithj@gmail.com. The telephone number. This email address I must impress upon that the email address must create something professional when you've decided that you are going out there sending out your application in response to job vacancies or your own job searches. Must not be something that you use for your friends like Blondie Wong at gov.tt or something like that, or sexysusie@gmail.com. It's dated February 24th, 2021. Mr. Hayden Thomas, Human Resource Manager, XYZ Enterprise Company. The address. Salutation, dear Mr. Thomas. The subject, application for employment as an administrative assistant. Introduction, I am pleased to see your advertisement in the Express newspaper dated for an administrative assistant. Please accept this letter as my application for this position. I have enclosed a copy of my resume for perusal. Just permit me to make a change in something I forgot to edit when I was trying to make this letter recent. I forgot to change the date on it, so it's not in compliance with the date of the newspaper. So just PM me your review on that. Okay, so the body, I am an organized, dependable, and committed individual in getting the job done. Review of my resume will demonstrate that I have over 2 years administrative experience that covers the areas outlined in the job description. Additionally, I am very good with all packages of Microsoft Office Suite and possesses very good oral and written communications and interpersonal skills. In this regard, I feel confident I am a worthy candidate for consideration. Trusting that my application finds your favor, I am willing to attend an interview at your convenience. Should further information be required, please do not hesitate to contact me via my mobile. You give your number, your email address. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for your time and consideration. So I'm going to make a clap back to the error that I spotted on the cover letter. The classic example that we do not read cover letters under what we have produced in advance. So be sure not to make this error, because at some places it can be very unforgiving. Great. Okay, so we are moving along. So as you see, what we've done so far is that we have gone through the various steps in the cover letter, and now we are moving on to the resume. So the resume is attached beneath the cover letter. It is always a cover letter that is going first, and when you flip the page to the cover letter, then the recruiter sees your resume. So your cover letter must always be composed where you feel satisfied that after you've read it, it encourages the recruiter or the person who has received your application. It encourages the recruiter to flip the page and want to read what you have presented in your resume. So never devalue the importance of your cover letter. What is a resume? The resume is a marketing tool, as I mentioned earlier, designed to interest a potential employer in your qualifications and skills. So in this case, just keep in mind the position as an administrative assistant. At this point, I want to take the opportunity to indicate that the word resume, do not forget to put those accents on the E, because without it, it is pronounced as resume. The resume is your advertisement and a selling piece that will persuade an employer to contact you to hear more about you at the interview. It is a summary of your experience, and it can be a very difficult document where you will want to put so many things, but it is impossible. So we always advise that you try to limit your resume to 2 pages and use 12-point font. Professional fonts is Times Roman. Ensure that your resume is inviting with clear sections, 8.5 by 11 inch, as I mentioned, 12-point font, 11-point font if it is going to exceed 2 pages. Times Roman preferred. Ensure there are no spelling errors and the design looks professional. At most times you might be typing something. I type things and I do not spot the error at all because my mind is going faster than my reading. So it's always best to give someone else your application, which is your cover letter and your resume, give someone else to read so they can spot those errors and make intelligent suggestions for you if you are to rephrase certain areas. If your resume is longer than a page, ensure the second page contains page number, contact information, header or footer, and the page break formatted correctly. So if in the event that a page gets detached while handling, numbering your page is where the importance comes in there. Biodata, objective education, work history, skills, and other information, references. Now, these are all sections that your resume must adhere to. Your biodata, your name, your address, your contact number, email address, your date of birth. And we put date of birth, which is not something we will often encourage. Some employers will ask of it. If an employer asks of it, it is not for us to object, because at the end of the day, your objective is to get a job. There are some employers who, prior to COVID, have expressed that they have expressed their objections about hiring young persons, and this is the reason for that is about their work ethics. Now, a person can have very good qualification, but what we have been finding out prior to the COVID is that a lot of employers have voiced their experience at working with young people. When they start a week or a month, their work ethics just fall below the standard. So I'm saying this I'm mentioning this because the forum is for young persons like yourself. Be mindful that their young persons have a tougher time in the work environment because there is a mindset before you even come on board, even past the interview, that you will be looked at closely to ensure that you do not fall into that category. So keep that in mind. If you do get a job, or when you do get a job, you maintain strong work ethics, that strong work standards at all times. Objective, going straight back to the resume, the objective is a short bio on your aspirations, why you, what area is your career goal, why you want, where you see yourself in this job, why you've applied for it. So I'm going to show you a resume in a short while. Education, that's where you capture your school, the years attended, the certificates, the grades attained. Always put documents that will run parallel to or add value to the position that you have applied for. As many times persons put everything that they have, and it has nothing to do with the job that they're applying for. So just keep that one in mind. Your work history, you do not put everything on your work history. While you have to put your period of employment, job title, duties. At this stage, some of you all may not have job experience, but you may have been in a church group. You might be as a treasurer. You may have been in a football or whatever sport area and you held a position, not just as a player, but a team leader in some way. So you do not have to be actually employed in a paying job, but if you are in an area where you see the qualities of being in any paying job resonates with a position you're applying for, I all well put it. Skills and other information, the school-based activities, group affiliations, and computing skills. Computing skills at this point in time where the emphasis is on computers, sectors are digitalizing and digitizing their records as we are doing right now. There is the emphasis on virtual career fairs. We see the growing emphasis on computing skills. So this is where you need to develop yourself, otherwise you're going to be left behind. Lastly, your references, the name of the person, the occupation, the address, and reliable contact information. The reference, whoever you're indicating as a reference, you must get their permission and must let them know that whenever persons contact us that you have applied for whatever position, and if you are contacted, that let them know that please just be kind, say good things about me, because when I'm sending out, me personally, I'm sending out my application, I will make sure that the person I put as a reference say good things about me. So don't leave anything to chance. So I'm gonna bring up a resume to show you. Are you seeing the resume? Can someone tell me if they're seeing the resume? Hello.
Good day. Yes, we are not seeing the resume. We are not seeing the resume. But I would like to inform you at this time, we have just a few minutes again for you to present and take one question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you should be seeing the resume now.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So while I put the resume up, if anyone would like to ask any questions. Sorry that I do not have more time to delve more deeply into some of the areas. But I just want participants to understand that your resume and your cover letter and your resume are two very important documents that go together. It is not that most persons just submit a resume alone, and that is not your complete application form. And to reiterate that the internet is rich with samples, so that if you do not know at this stage where we are with the proliferation of the technology available to everyone, even a telephone is a handheld computer, their employers will not be too kind to persons sending things with the excuse that they were not taught in school. You have no excuse but to teach yourself in areas where you are deficient. Use the internet, it's there for your advantage. Use it wisely and train up yourself in areas where you see you need to be trained up. So thank you for your attention and your time. And I believe I am out of time right now.
Yeah, okay, yes, Mrs. Dixon here. There was just one question, but I believe you answered it, where the student would have asked, what happens if I do not have any work history or experience? I know you noted that you can put, if they're involved in organizations like church groups or even sporting groups.
Correct.
So if you can reiterate that for them, please, quickly.
Okay, great. So anything that you've volunteered in, even conservation project, cleanup project, where I know students have gone to beaches and they work as groups. Look at the work environment. What is the employer looking for? He's looking for qualities. The employer is looking for team, you being a good team member, you being able to work as a group and not just independently, you being able to assume leadership roles, being able to use your initiative, take on projects and enjoy the nature of your project, what makes you enthusiastic about what you did in the past, and what challenges you and how you overcome challenge, how you manage conflict. We all have emotions in the workplace. You're not working alone. You're working with other people. So in your sporting activity, in your whatever groups that you belong to or worked in the past, how you manage conflict. Talk about an area that was an area of responsibility that was charged upon you, and what you have accomplished. So those are things that you need to keep in mind. And even if you do forget what I just mentioned, you can search it on your internet, and suggestions will come up that will spur your thinking. So let it not be that you do not have a work experience in any private or public sector organization, and you see yourself as not being able to compete with other people. Don't lose your confidence in that area. You have experience which gave you the qualities that the employer is looking for. Dig into those areas, pull out those qualities, use the adjectives for the work environment, and put it on your resume and give it to someone to read and get their opinion, and then hit send. I hope that covers what you are interested in.
All right, thank you for taking your time out to be with us today for Ministry of Labor. I know that your sessions are always informative and they are even up to date to what is needed now in different work environment. All right, I know you all have a wealth of knowledge and even more additional information. So what will happen, or may happen, I should say, let me clarify, that guidance officers from each school will be in contact with you to deliver on a school by school basis to further impart your knowledge to the students, the things that you all would not have been able to deliver today. Thank you once again for being with us.
You're most welcome. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yes, you too.
Just 5 people in gathering now means that they're going to go back on the rotation system in the workplace.
I'm trying to get this to just now. Stop sharing.
Okay, Miss Lady, I think you could take it on now.
Okay, next we are going to have CFTDI present to us this afternoon. So we are going to invite the person from CFTDI to start their presentation, please. Good afternoon and welcome to Southeastern Education
We are Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute, and we'll be hosting you for the next 30 minutes, telling you about the institute. To my left is Ms. Henry from the Maritime Unit, and to my right is Ms. James from the Seafood Technology and Fish Processing Unit. To begin, we'll share a short video clip about the institute, and when that is completed, we will engage you in a question and answer segment. So we'll now play the video.
Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute provides training for personnel involved in the fishing and maritime sectors. At the CFTDI, we recognize that skills development brings empowerment. So we have invested considerable resources in providing quality training for fishers at every level of the industry. Interested persons can explore courses in seafood processing technology, basic navigation and sea survival techniques, marine engineering, and fishing gear technology. Within each of these major categories lies a range of career opportunities that are often overlooked. Let's deal first with fish processing. building entrepreneurs in coastal communities. Fish processing is the set of methods and techniques used to transform fish that have been harvested from the sea into food. Fish processing consists of fish handling and preparation. Fish handling involves acts such as butchering, washing, and icing of the catch. Preparation is the act of preparing attractive, marketable, and often long shelf-life fishery products. This involves the preparation of products into various market forms, heating, and various other processes. At the CFTDI, we have an on-site fish processing unit that is designed according to HACCP specifications and comprises a receiving area, processing hall, test kitchen, product development room, packaging room, smoking area, sensory evaluation room, equipment storage, and fish shop. Fish product cycle. The cycle begins when fish is landed aboard the vessel and continues through to receiving, primary processing, further processing, packaging and storage, and sales. Fish processing as a career can be quite lucrative. The career pathway in this sector leads to many professional and occupational possibilities. Here now is a quick look at some of the opportunities within the fish processing sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Captain Ronald Wild, and I'm one of the instructors here at Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. I spent 30 years working at sea in many beautiful places around this world. At this facility, we provide people with an opportunity to enter the maritime industry. It can be an excellent way to make a living and is both financially and fundamentally rewarding.
In order to be employable for any job at sea, an individual must first undergo basic safety training. This is the most popular course that we present at the CFTDI, and it is recognized internationally because it conforms to the requirements of the STCW 95 Convention. People who are already employed in the maritime sector return to the Institute to further their education in order to move up the ladder.
The offshore industry in this country provides employment aboard ferries, fishing vessels, tugs, supply vessels, yachts, cruise ships, and more. As the seafarer develops their skills and gains knowledge, their responsibilities and their paychecks grow. The captain of an LNG tanker, for example, earns $250,000 US for just over 4 months of work per year.
Basic safety training will soon be mandatory for fishers and fishing vessel personnel in TNT. Therefore, you should come on down to the training center now so that we can steer you towards a safe and productive future in the fishing sector. Marine engineering. Marine engineering is a discipline concerned with the machinery and systems of ships, other maritime craft, and structure. Marine engineers make sure all systems work properly, such as propulsion, auxiliary machinery, and electrical systems. Engineer career paths: oiler, motorman, third engineer, second engineer, chief engineer. Here now is a list of requirements for different positions in the marine engineering sector. Further career paths include welders, fitters, plumbers, refrigeration technicians, and marine electricians. Fishing gear technology. Fishing gear technology involves the design, construction, and operation of fishing gear, and includes the tools with which aquatic resources are captured, as well as fishing methods that show how the gear is to be used. If you desire to pursue a career as a gear technologist, you will need to fulfill the following requirements. Some of the areas covered in the fishing gear course include basic rope work, pelagic longline, demersal longline, drop line, and fish pots. Fish aggregating devices. Fish are fascinated with floating objects. They aggregate in considerable numbers around objects such as drifting logs, rafts, jellyfish, and floating seaweed. The objects appear to provide a visual stimulus in an optical void and offer some protection for juvenile fish from predators. The gathering of juvenile fish attracts larger predator fish. If you love the sea and would love to learn more about it, the CFTDI can definitely steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm Nathan Charles here at the CFTDI, doing a course in marine engineering. I must say that the experience I have here is a very pleasant one. The institute actually has a large number of courses in which to choose from, most being short courses. The course that I am doing presently is an 8-week course in marine engineering. I must say hats off to the tutors. The tutor has a large reservoir of information. I plan to take the experience from this back to my field of work, into the marine field, and advance myself to a higher level.
The correct aptitude and attitude towards disciplines involved in the sector leads to upward mobility.
Hi, my name is Natasha Balu. I'm presently doing a fish processing course. Currently, I'm employed with the Seafood Industry Development Company. I'm in the Quality Control Department. And I must say the past 4 days with the program has been quite interesting. The course was quite informative. I've learned a lot of new stuff. Also, I've gained a lot of hands-on experience, which will be useful later on in life when I want to open my own business.
Historically, fishing has been considered a low-class occupation, but that is far from the truth, for it enhances socio-economic development and provides attractive remuneration. Fishing is an important profession which assists in ensuring food security for the nation, and it is time that it is recognized as a noble profession in TNT.
Yes, welcome back. That was quite a lot of information in the video there. So now we will entertain you with any questions you may have. You would have seen a lot of areas, gear technology, fishing, fish processing, maritime, outboard engines, repairs. So we open the floor to anyone who may have any questions right now.
Okay, yes, the students are not on the Zoom platform, they're on YouTube. So we are waiting to see their questions and then we will field them to you. But I must say it was very interesting.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
And the question is, what is the average age of entry for someone who is interested in the average age of entry to your institute?
No less than 16 years.
And what qualifications would be required at that time?
The person has to have basic literacy skills, and that is all. They have to acquire a medical form, which you will get at Maritime Services Division. They get that medical done, present us with 2 forms of ID, 1 passport size photo, and you can enter to do the basic trading course.
Is there any exams that have to be written upon entry?
No, not upon entry, but in the basic training course, in some of the models, there is examination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Are there any more questions, students?
The same applies for the seafood technology courses. We take you in from 16 years and above. Our courses are, upon completion, you receive a certificate of participation, and they are non-examinable.
Okay, we have another question. Someone is asking, what
Where can
is
these forms be accessed?
Our forms are at our office located in Chagaramas. But if you require one, we may be able to make it available via electronically, soft copy.
Another question is coming our way, and the students are asking if the courses are available part-time and the average duration of a course.
The courses are available full-time, and it depends on which model of the course. Some are 8 days, some are 10 days, some are 5 days.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I
am not seeing any further questions at this time. And
yes, there is one excuse, please, Ms. Gabriel. There is one question.
You gave a lot of information in a very precise and attractive package, and so we are very grateful. So Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute, thank you for your contribution this afternoon, and all the best to you, and we look forward to your continued support.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting us to your virtual career fair with students. I'd like to thank all the students that
Fisheries
and enjoy. I hope you take away a lot of information. And if you have any more information or require any more, please forward it to the guidance counselor, and we'll be happy to provide all the answers to your questions. So thanks again on behalf of Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute for having us here, and take care.
Thanks, Mr. Simmons. You're welcome.
Okay.
Hi everyone, it's Andy Lasaveda, founder of Mile Walk and the Mile Walk Academy and award-winning author of The Hiring Prophecies, here with this week's episode of Tips for Work and Life. We're going to talk about job fairs. So for all you college students or professionals that visit these job fairs filled with loads of companies and loads of people trying to get in some time with them, I've got one for you today, and more specifically how I would spend my 5 minutes that you're likely only to get when you go visit one of those booths. So before I dive into how I would spend my 5 minutes, I want to talk about what exactly not to do, because I think it's the biggest mistake that people make when they go to these things. Now, about a month or so ago, I did a blog post titled "The #1 Reason Why You Do Not Get Hired." And I would take a look at that video and that post because it's the same reason why you don't get called back after a job fair. And it has to do with the individual or the job seeker spending an awful lot of time trying to get out everything there is to know about them, or what they think are their highlights, or what they think are their best attributes or most hireable skills. It's a big mistake. You might spend a lot of time talking about things that, while great about yourself and you're fantastic at, the employer doesn't care. The employer doesn't need to know that. The employer is looking for something else. So what I would do to make sure that you can spend those few minutes where you're getting to tell them about yourself is I would figure out exactly what they need to know and what they want to hear. So what I would do is I would go up to the person who was working the booth, or whoever was taking the resumes or feeling the insight from the job seekers, and I would say, "Hi, my name's Andy Lasavita. I'd love to share a little bit about myself and learn about your company. Before I do that, could you tell me what you're looking for in an entry-level candidate? Or could you tell me what the most important skills are in whatever position it is that you are looking to attain?" And then give them a minute or two to share with you, "Well, we're looking for somebody with this kind of background, or these kind of skills, or these kind of traits." Detail-oriented, great communication skills, engineering students, whatever it might be. Collect that insight right there. They'll give it to you in a minute or two. And then when you have your couple of minutes to share yourself with them, just highlight how you match what they're looking for. Now what you're doing is you're giving them exactly what they need to understand about you, and more importantly, you're planting some breadcrumbs in their mind that are going to make you memorable. "Boy, that John Smith, he seemed to match exactly what we needed. We need to call him back." And what most of them do right then, as soon as you leave, is they put a little star or a 1 or a 2 or a 5 or a 10 on your resume, because they're talking to so many people they can't possibly remember everybody. But in that instant, they'll put a gold star on yours and you'll likely get a call back. So I hope that helps. That's how I would spend my 5 minutes. So just to recap, introduce yourself, be bright, be positive. Say, "So that I could best share my experiences with you to help you know whether I'm a good fit, can you describe what you're looking for in your entry-level candidates or whatever position it is?" And then spend your couple or 3 minutes describing how you match that. All right, until next week, have a good one. If you're watching this anywhere other than my YouTube channel or my blog, hop over to the Tips for Work and Life. I've got loads of great information for college students, professionals of all kinds.
Students, so we are just awaiting representatives from UTT to join us. So as we wait, do you have any questions, any concerns, any feedback?
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Hinkson.
Hi,
Thank you
pleasant
for
good day.
bearing with us, our first inaugural virtual career fair. And
Sure.
we welcome you to Southeastern Education District Virtual Career Fair.
Appreciate
Thank you for
that.
your patience once again.
Right, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the University of Trinidad and Tobago. We are pleased to be here today to give you all some insight into the programs that we have to offer you guys. We have programs ranging from certificate, diploma, bachelor degrees, and we even have postgraduate degrees, masters, and you can even do a PhD at UTT, right? Given that we have very, very limited, when I say we've started behind time, I have to check and see if I still have, right, yes, I have some special people with me today. Come straight from the university to give you all some direct insight One of them is Dr. Andrew Hunt, who is the assistant professor in mathematics, as well as the program leader in foundations and prior learning. Dr. Hunt, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, students. Congratulations to you for choosing this excellent opportunity to embark on your career choices, etc.
So we have I'm going to start today with one of a small video, promotional video. Let me just share my screen and we get right into it. Yeah. Hold on, guys. 2 seconds. All right. So let me just pull up this really quickly.
Its Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment or PDA, the University of Trinidad and Tobago offers provisional acceptance to students who are either writing CSEC examinations or awaiting CSEC results.
The PDA is designed for persons who are gaining entry into UTT certificate, diplomas and bachelors of education, and then the Bachelor of Fine Arts. Now, when I refer to certificates and diplomas, it will be all certificates and all diploma programs throughout UTT, but specifically for the Bachelors of Education and the Bachelors of Fine Arts, because these programs, the minimum entry requirements will be CSEC passes. Now, the process for applying for the PDA at UTT has two streams. Firstly, students can go directly based on their application, whereby they must submit an application online and then they are assessed, and if they are waiting results, they will be assigned to the PDA. It is also opened to anyone who is applying to UTT. They don't have to be a secondary school student. You can be mature entry and you think you need to just brush up on some skills in math and English, you can apply and then you are recommended to the PDA.
UTT's Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment allows students to access personalized tutoring, receive continuous timely feedback, and engage in periodic online assessments. Best of all, successful completion of the PDA allows students to start their tertiary journey at UTT in September, at the start of the academic year. UTT, your partner every step of the journey.
Right, so along Right, allow me to apologize. Are you all hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, we are. We are hearing you.
So allow me to apologize. I would have jumped the gun on one of the videos, right? However, for smooth transition, I would have allowed it to continue playing, and I would let Dr. Hunt speak to it prior or before I go on and show you the other short video.
Okay, so hi students. As you're aware, because of the various nuances with COVID-19, CSEC exams are not being offered during the traditional time frame. So in response to this issue whereby exams are offered later, and as you see, they have issued that it will be this year from June, July. So the results are usually out at the end of September. And I know some of you are worried about continuing your journey into tertiary education. And as a result, the UTT, University of Trinidad and Tobago, under Foundations and Prior Learning, have come up with which was just advertised. It's called Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment. And I know some of you, I'm a math professor, and I know some of you, math is not your favorite thing. So what we
have facilitated is this really engaging online course that you can do with math and English so that you could brush up on your skills. It's online. It's at a very minimal cost of $200. Even if you are interested, we offer some schools in certain areas, we offer opportunities where students can get someone to sponsor them if needed. Now, this is an online program and it actually helps you with your preparation for CSEC. Doesn't that sound like a deal? Yes, it does. Because when you do this and you successfully pass the PDA, it provides you with provisional acceptance into UTT. So you could start school in September before you receive your results. Once you wrote the accurate subjects that are required for your program, you will get an opportunity to do the PDA, and you could do it from as soon as the end of April. So at the end of April, you could sign up for the PDA. It will help you brush up on some of your topics, especially the math. The math part is really exciting. It shows you a lot of real world examples, and it brings topics like trigonometry, which some of you mightn't like, and some algebra, and make it very engaging so that you can understand it, and it will help you with your exam preparation. And it offers that opportunity for you to get into UTT with provisional entry. So I hope most of you grab this opportunity once you find a program of interest at UTT. So we welcome you, okay?
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Hunt. And now I can actually show you that video that I promised firstly. So hold on.
The University of Trinidad and Tobago provides education which is designed to equip individuals to be future leaders and captains of industry. From science and technology to education, the arts, sports, and security, UTT is the place where your dreams are transformed into reality.
We look at the possibilities and really it's untapped.
Interest is growing among future professionals as to the role of tertiary education in national development. Postgraduate programs in carnival studies, health administration, entrepreneurship, and environmental science and management, among others, play a pivotal role in preserving culture, positively impacting healthcare delivery, entrepreneurial endeavors, and the environment. UTT's students are not only exposed to academic instruction, but many take the time to fully immerse themselves in sport, music, art, and other fun and engaging leisure activities.
Not just academic enhancement, but also your holistic development.
Students are exposed to the co-op program where industry experience is gained, and students are work ready upon graduation from the university.
Seeing some of our students speaking to the professionals there and using the language and understanding some of the concepts was really, really mind-blowing for me.
Building these skills requires the experience, commitment, and ability of staff to inspire and lead the student body.
Preservation and innovation in the area of culture and the arts have always been the hallmarks of a vibrant and thriving society. So for me and for the team, the faculty that works here at the Academy, those two roles are of key importance.
Every individual in the faculty is very focused on helping you develop as an individual.
Maritime studies, performing arts, fashion, food science and technology, sport, public safety, and agriculture are all important sectors in Trinidad and Tobago's diversification thrust. UTT brings the best resources and a dedicated cadre of professors and lecturers who continue to prioritize tertiary education within Trinidad and Tobago.
The knowledge that I've gathered is tremendous.
As the national university, UTT will continue to provide quality education for sustainable national growth.
All right. Let me stop sharing screen. Right. So we would have shown you a nice cross section of programs to choose from at the university. me see. I had another. Yes, we still have another one of the academics here with us, Miss Keisha Dano. She's the discipline leader for the Certificate of Applied Engineering. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Dano.
Good afternoon. If you permit me to share. Good afternoon, everyone. I am, as Oren said, the discipline leader for the Certificate in Applied Engineering program. And this is one of the very unique programs that the university offers. So I just want to tell you a little bit about it. It is in the field of engineering. So some of us may be thinking along those lines of engineering. So I'm just going to go through just a few questions, try to answer a couple of questions on what the program is for you. So, right. So the first question is pretty much, what is CAE? So CAE stands for the Certificate in Applied Engineering Program, and it is designed to provide an entry route for candidates who are interested in engineering, but who do not have a full CXC certificate or who have pursued non-traditional subjects. And I'll talk a little bit about what non-traditional subjects are in a couple of seconds. Right, it also provides an option for students who have full certificates, pre-craft technician certificates, etc., as well as mature students. Through the CAE program, students will qualify to enter into a host of UTT engineering diploma programs. Now, the next question is engineering for you? Well, if you are considering engineering, you would have to find yourself wondering a few questions. If you find yourself asking questions like, how does this particular thing work? How can I fix this particular broken thing? How can I make this thing better? How do I make the next cutting edge, revolutionary, game-changing thing? And what would it be like to get paid to solve problems, to repair things, to design and create? If you find yourself wondering these kinds of questions, technology and engineering might be for you. Next question, is CAE for you? Well, CAE, for CAE to be your option, you need to be a CSEC graduate or graduate to be that's interested in engineering, maritime, aviation, all programs UTT offers, but you're only pursuing one of the two science subjects. So you're doing physics and or chemistry, or you are doing technical drawing, integrated science, industrial sciences, electrical, mechanical, building, woods, etc., add maths, infotech. If you're taking these subjects, then CAE might be the path for you. Now, where can CAE take you? And as the video just showed you, we have a host of programs at the university, and CAE provides you entry into 13 nationally recognized certificate and diploma programs at UTT. So we think about CAE as one option for entry. And from the CAE program, you can go on into other certificates, such as the Certificate in Process Operation and the Certificate in Aviation Technology, or you can go into the various diploma programs that we have in engineering, which would be the National Engineering Technicians Diplomas in Chemical, Civil, Mechanical, which is the department I am part of, Petroleum, Electrical, Electronics, or Instrumentation. And we also have other UTT diploma programs in Maritime, in ICT, so Computer Networking, Telecom Software. Right, from your diploma, then that would provide a path to the bachelor's programs. And we offer a host of bachelor's programs, a master's, as well as PhD programs in engineering. So CAE is a start. Now, where can it take you? We have had over 800 graduates from the CAE program over the last 10 or so years, and they've gone on into a host of diploma and certificate programs at the university. We have students who graduated out of the program who are as far as bachelor's and master's programs at the university, as well as at other tertiary institutions. Now, what would you do as a CAE student? It's basically 12 courses. So it's 1 year, a 1 year full-time, 2 year part-time course. And it's a blended program, which means that we have a combination of online and face-to-face delivery, because one of the tenets of UTT, one of the things we really believe in is that hands-on experience, and in engineering, hands-on experience is tremendously important, right? So we offer the program at the John Deere as well as the San Fernando campus for the face-to-face, but most of the other things are going to be done online, right? What would you do as a CA student? As I said before, 12 courses. So for those who have not done physics or chemistry and are interested in the area of engineering, physics and chemistry are essential. So we offer courses in physics and chemistry, as well as in math and communications. And we also have workshop and laboratory courses where you will get hands-on experience in auto, welding, machine shop, electrical, as well as instrumentation. So it also provides an opportunity for you to pick among the various engineering programs that are offered if you are not certain which area you're interested in. Right, to qualify for CAE, we require 3 CSEC subjects, inclusive of math and English. That's standard for almost every program, as well as 1 science or technical qualification, maybe physics, chemistry, integrated science, TD, etc. So any one of those science or technical subjects will qualify. Some of us may be pursuing physics and chemistry already, so CA may not be the ideal for you because you may already meet the qualifications for starting directly at a diploma program. So if you want to go directly into the diplomas, we usually request a minimum of 5 subjects, including math, English, physics, and chemistry. Now, chemistry depends on the area of engineering you are interested in. Yes. Now, on the university's website, we have a host of information about all the engineering programs, including the certificate in applied engineering program. You can also send us an email directly and we can field whatever questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donald. That was great. So you see how many spectacular entry points into the university. Yeah, we make it accessible for each and every one of you guys, right? And as she would have elaborated, that program, as special as it is, can take you into at least 13, I believe, different types of engineering disciplines at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So in keeping with us trying to stick to time, I have one more personnel with me, and very, another great addition to UTT. He is the Senior Manager of Sport and Recreation. All right, that's Mr. Ian Pritchard. Mr. Pritchard, afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Oran.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, students. Welcome to the presentation about the best department in UTT. Make no bones about it, sport and recreation is the best department in UTT. So students, pay rapt attention. I will be brief, and I'll share with you some success stories of persons who would have been students at the University of Trinidad and Tobago through the sport department, and some of the offerings that we have at the sport department as well. So allow me to share my screen. All right, so the Academy of Sport at UTT is broken up into 2 separate units. One is the Sport and Recreation Unit, which I am the manager of, and one is the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, which is the academic department. Okay, so let me give you a little historical background into the Sport and Recreation Unit and the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. In 1998, through a white paper report, it was determined that an Institute of Sport should be set up at a university of Trinidad and Tobago, a university in Trinidad and Tobago. And this was not realized fully until 2007, where the Sport and Recreation Unit and the Center for Kinesiology and Sport was formed at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Formerly, it was known as the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies. UTT is unique. Why is UTT unique? Because we have highly qualified high-performance coaches. So our Sport and Recreation Department has what they call the High Performance Unit. The High Performance Unit offers scholarships to students, athletes who show potential to be national athletes, and they are trained and prepared to represent Trinidad and Tobago nationally. We have 8 disciplines of sport that we offer scholarships for now, and those disciplines of sport are netball, track and field, volleyball, cricket, basketball, table tennis, men's football, and women's football. Why are we also unique? At the high performance department, where we train our athletes to be national athletes, we have a strength and conditioning and rehab department which deals with all the injuries of the athletes. All athletes who are on scholarship are offered this scholarship through the provision of insurance to cover all their injuries or anything that happens to them while they're at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. As I said, we have extremely qualified coaches. We have extremely qualified strength and conditioning coach who prepares you for competition when you are athlete at University of Trinidad and Tobago. We have qualified massage therapists who will help to prepare you for your competition. And we have qualified athletic trainers who as well work with all the athletes at the University of Trinidad and Tobago and preparing them to be the best athletes to represent Trinidad and Tobago. In the academic department, we have 4 professors and senior instructors. And these programs start from the certificate in sports studies that goes up to as far as the PhD in sports studies. So you can come in with certificate in sports studies, or you can come in at the bachelor's level, or if those who have finished a first degree can come in and do the master's in sport in kinesiology. The head of that program is Dr. Kerry Dalloway, and he's one of the very few with that qualification in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of sport medicine and physiotherapy. And at UTT, we also have the only talent identification professional in Dr. Joel Paul. What are the programs offered? As I said, we offer certificate in sports studies, which for the entry level, you have to come with 5 CXC or 5 CSEC subjects, inclusive of maths, English, and a science. If you want to enter the bachelor's level, and that certificate in sports studies is for 1 year. That takes you to be able to matriculate into the bachelor's level. So if you want to enter in the bachelor's level, you have to have your 5 CSEC or 5 CXC O-level subjects, inclusive of maths, English, and science, and 2 CAPE subjects. Or if you do your certificate in sports studies, you can go straight into the bachelor's. And of course, the master's in kinesiology. And the prerequisite for that is an undergraduate degree. The specializations in the bachelor in kinesiology, you can specialize in sport and exercise science, sport pedagogy and coaching, sport management, sport for development. In the master's in kinesiology, you can specialize in sport and exercise psychology, elite sport coaching, sport management, sport for development, and sports therapy. Some of our success stories. Over the years, since we started in 2007, we have produced at least 14 national cricketers. 1 went on to be a national team captain, and 2 made the vice chancellor's team. And as we speak, just yesterday, we had 3 student athletes who were selected to represent their zonal teams for possible selection on the West Indies under-19 teams. All right, in netball, at one point in time, 75% of the national netball team were either students of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, or they were actually trained by the coach of the netball team at University of Trinidad and Tobago. In volleyball, the entire women volleyball national team was at one point in time from the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And even as we speak, the majority of national women volleyballers are persons who would have succeeded through the program at UTT. We have produced 3 national captains in volleyball as well. In swimming, we have produced 70 national swimmers. 6 of the athletes even went on to become national coaches. And through our academic program, hundreds of world-ready graduates have been produced. So let me share with you some testimony from one of our athletes, 2 of our athletes, one who is an Olympic athlete right now, and that's in the person of Mr. This is, 1 second, share song. Mr. Andrew Lewis. So Andrew Lewis, at one point in time, was a student athlete at UTT, and he has now gone on to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the Olympics. He's our #1 sailor, and he's hoping to medal at this Olympic Games coming up. And we also have Mr. Hayden Walsh Jr., who is a past athlete of UTT as well. Mr. Hayden Walsh Jr. is now representing the West Indies cricket team, and he has been a past student athlete at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Some of our coaches at UTT, we have Mr. Tony Gray, past West Indian great. In terms of volleyball, we have Professor Francisco Cruz out of Cuba. Netball, world-renowned, Miss Bridget Adams. In terms of football, Clayton Morris, our former strike squad captain, is our football coach. Basketball, we have somebody who was a student athlete once. Imagine this person was once a student athlete at UTT, went through the program, started at his certificate level, went into the bachelor's, and then went in further to his master's, and he's now the coach, the basketball coach at UTT. And these are just some of the success stories. As a matter of fact, just let me share with you one more person, and that's the person in the, that's our netballer, right? One of the top netballers in the world, and that's Mr. Samantha Wallace, who was one of the products of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So I assure you that sport at UTT is thriving. Sport at UTT is one of the best programs. And if you are interested in becoming a national athlete and you want to study as well in your tertiary career, please choose UTT as your institute of choice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pritchard, for that great presentation. Right, folks, so you all would have seen a nice cross-section regarding some of the programs, some of the ways to get into the university as well. One of the things I would like to leave you all with before we exit is that the application process is currently open. So persons who have 5 CXC O levels, I don't know if this group here, I think this is Form 3, so you all will not be at this state of readiness as yet. However, you all will have
excuse, they are the Form 5s and 6s.
Oh, this is the 5s and 6s. Okay, thank you for that. So this is perfect, right? The application process is open at present. You go to the website, it's the www.u.tt. We will also be placing our contact information in the chat. So for persons that need to get additional information, you can do so, right? Apply as early as possible, and should you require any assistance in doing so, please feel free to reach out to us at the earliest convenience. We would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to come and disseminate UTT's programs to you guys, and we really hope that the information was useful and that you put it to good use, and feel free to contact us should you require additional support and information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkson. But before you go, we have 2 questions thus far.
Sure.
One is, do you have any courses related to flight attendant or pilot?
Unfortunately not. However, we have the certificate in aviation technology as well as the bachelor's aeronautical airworthiness. Those programs are more geared towards those persons interested in getting into the repair and maintenance of both the fixed wing planes as well as the helicopter engines and so forth. So it's not a program that teaches you how to fly just yet, or regarding the flight attendants training, etc. However, this one is more geared towards those persons who are into the repair and maintenance of those said planes and helicopters.
Okay, then, thank you. Next question. Is there a program for students to pursue criminology?
Yes, there is. There's the certificate in security and public safety, as well as there's the bachelor degree in the in criminology, as well as the diploma and the bachelor in criminology.
Okay. Another question. Yes. Do you have to complete applied engineering to become to pursue maritime engineering?
Only if you don't have the necessary entry requirements to get in. However, if you come with the mandatory 5 CXC O levels, inclusive of your math, English, and physics, you can gain entrance into the diploma programs and work your way up from there.
Okay, then can you give me the entry qualification for the maritime engineering?
Sure. The marine or the maritime? It's 2 different programs.
Sorry, maritime.
Right, so 2 seconds.
Or if there is a link, you can put in the chat if you have a link.
Right, so I will also place the university's website on the chat so that they could go up and see the additional information regarding the entry requirements, because there's a soft copy where you can see all of the programs and the additional requirements to get in as well.
All right. Also, in terms of entry requirement for medicine and a doctor or the medical field, you have fashion designer and courses gearing towards psychology.
Right, so only one of those three courses requested we offer, which is fashion, right? We do not offer any pure medical programs, nor do we offer, what was the last one? Psychology.
Psychology, yeah. All right, then. Thank you, Mr. Hinkson, for facilitating the questions, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, and your colleagues at UTT for being with us today. And we look forward to you sharing additional information with us. So each guidance officer will contact you, and the questions from the students, any additional questions, we can facilitate it through the guidance officers, and we will give feedback to them. So thank you once again for being with us.
No problem at all. We look forward to assisting you guys at any point in time. Yeah.
Okay, just one before you go. Marine engineering. Do you have marine engineering program?
Well, it's like marine science, coastal and ocean management.
Oh, okay.
At a bachelor's level. So the person would have to come in with the completed CAPE units, right? You need chemistry, biology, geography, etc. So those are some of the
all right. So these specifics they can find it at UTT website, not so?
Yes.
All right. Thank you once again, Mr. Hinkson.
And just refer to the chat for the contact information for us as well. You all have a great day.
Thank you. Will do. Okay, students, we will now have a short break for about 5 minutes, and when we return, we will have Kenson presenting to us. So in that time, make sure look away from your screen. You can follow the 2020 rule, 2020 rule. You look away from the screen for 20 seconds at a distance of 20 feet.
So we're going ahead with the merge right now. Confirm.
Hello.
Hi, we're hearing you.
I have been having some technical problems, but I am here with you this afternoon. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be with you today. I am Vegato Joseph, Guidance and Counseling Officer at MIC Institute of Technology. And today I am here with you to share some information about the courses that MIC Institute of Technology has to offer. So give me 1 minute, let me share a short video with you and then I will get into the explanation.
So we are waiting on Ms. Joseph to bring up her presentation. So just give her a few seconds, please. Students, remember to take note of your questions, and at the end, you can post it in the YouTube channel.
Yes, thank you, students. I would have told you next it would have been Kenson. However, there was a change in the schedule, so we now have MIC for Forms 5 and 6, plus Form 3s and 4. Thank you.
Great. So that video just gave you a little bit of insight into all the things that MIC IT has to offer. So at this age and stage, you may be wondering what next? What direction should I go? Is skill training the direction that I need to go? And I'm here today to show you how MIC IT can help you. So I'm going to start today by giving a little bit of our history at MIC Institute of Technology. So MIC was established in the year 1974. We possess the only tool and die workshop in the country, and we provide support to the manufacturing sector via the production and design of tools, dies, and molds. Now, most importantly, we are an agency of the Ministry of Education that provides technical and vocational training, or skills training as we may know it, industry service, and construction services. The vision of our company. The vision of our company is to be the catalyst for developing technical and vocational competencies for national and regional industries through quality training, innovation, manufacturing, construction, and engineering products and services. So today we are going to focus mostly on the training services that we offer at MIC Institute of Technology. So we offer training in construction, manufacturing, energy, hospitality and tourism, and craft. And we offer this skills training via the programs that you see. This is the HYPE, or the Helping You Prepare for Employment program, MUST, or the Multi-Sector Skills Training Program, ICP, which is also known as the Industrial Craft Program, NSDP, which is the National Development Program. And we now have our newly established short courses department. So I have a lot of information to share with you, and I know I may be moving a bit quickly, but you all can write your questions down and you all could ask me to the end of the presentation, okay? So for years, there has been a stigma attached to skills training. So skills training is often viewed as a program for the not so smart people, or for the people who are not doing so well at academics. But I want you to sit and think about the time we are presently living in. And this time has brought to our attention who the essential persons are. So, for instance, we have all been forced to work from home or to go to school from home, whatever the case may be. And at present, we are sitting in a building of any sort. And I want you to think about how comfortable you would have been sitting in this building if it was not for the skills and expertise of someone who decided to pursue skills training, okay? So think about it. So first, we are going to discuss the Helping You Prepare for Employment program, also known as the HYPE program. So this program was established in 2002. It is a government-sponsored program designed to train and develop young individuals with skills and the knowledge and abilities to be self-supporting. Now, the HYPE is a hands-on program which focuses mainly on practical skills and training. So in the image before you, you can see this is how we perform our training in the HYPE program. You get first-hand skills training, right? So it's not only theory, but you also get the practical part of the training as well. The HYPE program, the courses offered in this program are carpentry, masonry, plumbing, welding, electrical installation, air conditioning, and refrigeration. The HYPE program is a 9-month program. Because of the pandemic, our cycle that begins very soon will be run for 6 months, but it is usually a 9-month program. And at the end, the certification provided is a CVQ certificate or Caribbean Vocational Qualification. This program is designed for individuals and students between the ages of 16 to 25 years old. So I know that I'm speaking today to Form 4s and probably some Form 3s as well. So this program is for individuals between the ages of 16 to 25 years old. This program provides a stipend of $50 daily, and you get a lunch, a meal as well each day. So imagine this. A lot of the older folks would be sitting and saying, I wish I could have been getting paid to go to school. I wish I could have been getting paid to learn a trade, right? And there's a registration fee to be able to sign up for this program. You pay a registration fee of $100, right? Now, it is my belief that skills training is one of the most untapped resources in Trinidad and Tobago. And there's so much money to be made from skills, from working in the field of the electrical field, or probably just masonry. There's so much money to be made. So the next program I'm going to tell you about is the MUST, or the Multi-Sector Skills Training Program. So this program was launched in 2004. It was designed to meet the social needs and nurture the skill development. It offers certification level 1 in hospitality and tourism and level 2 in construction. So the MUST program was really created to be a transitioning program from the HYPE. So at the HYPE program, you get level 1 skills training and a level 1 certificate. And at the MUST program, you get a level 2 certificate that's in construction. In hospitality and tourism, you get a level 1 certificate. MUST is also a practical-based program, and within this program, you are placed within our industry partners, and some of them were listed in the video that you saw before. And the following courses are what are offered in the MUST program. So there's general office administration, commercial food preparation, housekeeping, in the 3 various ways, that is houseman, room attendant, and laundry attendant, front office, uniform services, bread, cake, and pastry making, property maintenance, food and beverage, bar services, and food and beverage restaurant services. So our students who are present right now, who may be a part of any form of business or entrepreneurial class, or may have done the topic at any point in time within schooling, you might have been able to see how much the pandemic that we are presently living in has brought forward so many entrepreneurs, so many people trying to make their money out of the regular means. And these are the courses that could open those doors for you. Bread, cake, and pastry making, you can open your own bakery someday. Food and beverage, you can have your own food service in some way or another. What the pandemic has done as well is there is a lot of local tourism. So people are looking for bed and breakfast to stay at, to stay overnight. So these are the courses that you can use to develop yourself as it relates to business and entrepreneurial development, right? The construction courses offered under MUST is electrical installation, welding, plumbing, carpentry, and masonry. And as I said before, this course works. The construction courses are level 2. So what happens is you complete level 1 and then you can move on to skills training and receive your level 2 certificate. Crop production core courses. So the crop production courses provide training in production systems, irrigation systems, preparation of land for cultivation, installing and constructing irrigation systems, cultivating crops, rabbit rearing, plant propagation, harvesting crops, market produce, communicating with stakeholders, budget and financing, and practicing health and safety. Now, it is also very important for us to take note of how many persons have been planting and growing their own food, whether it be for individual consumption or whether it be for sale in the markets. And if any of you have been to the market with your parents, you would have seen how the prices of things have been raising over time. Even if you go to the supermarket, you would see how the prices of things have been raising over time. So these are the courses in the crop production course, and I really want you to sit and think and really consider about how crop production and something in the form of agricultural systems and sales and services may be able to help you in the future. Right? So the next program that I am going to tell you about today is oh, sorry, I did not explain to you. So MUS is a 6-month program for hospitality and tourism. Construction is 9 months and crop production is 9 months. And as I said before, they give level 2 training in construction and crop production and level 1 qualifications in hospitality and tourism. This program is geared towards individuals between the ages of 17 to 50 years old. There is a $100 registration fee, and a stipend is also offered within this program. Now, as I said before, the MUST program allows you first-hand training within the industry. So you are placed within our industry partners for training, okay? So the ICP program. The ICP program is a program that was started by MICIT it was started in 2006. It was designed to fill the gap between the skilled and unskilled and provide industry-ready craftsmen. So the courses offered within this program, I will explain it to you, but the ICP program also offers hands-on training as well. So what you would recognize with all the courses that MIC has to offer, we not only give you the theory, but we also give you the practical training. So when you go out in the field of work, when you go out into the industry, you have seen these things hands-on, so you know how to function with not just the theoretical training, but also the hands-on training, right? So the courses offered are air conditioning and refrigeration, auto and diesel, book binding and print finishing, dressmaking and design in both basic and in intermediate, electrical installation, food preparation and culinary arts, general draftsmanship, industrial instrumentation, jewelry making, plumbing, tailoring, and welding. Now, this program is a 2-year full-time program, and at the end of it, you leave with a NEC certification, and this is a diploma level course. So this course is for individuals who are 16 years and over. Now, the 2 courses that I told you about before, which was MUST and HYPE, they have no entry requirements as it relates to CXC subjects. But this program, the ICP program, requires 3 CXC subjects, right? And the 3 CXC subjects must be maths, English, and 1 science subject, right? So that's the ICP program. So thus far, the only program that requires certification as it relates to your CSEC certification is the ICP program. And the ICP program requires 3 CXC subjects, maths, English, and a science subject, right? There is a registration fee for this program in the amount of $500, okay? So this is the ICP program. And as I said before, it's for individuals 16 years and over, a 2-year full-time program, okay? Right, so next we are going to discuss the NSDP program. Now, as I said before, I know I am going quickly. I have a lot of information, but please keep your questions for me and I will be able to help you at the end of the presentation, okay? So the NSDP program is the National Skill Development Program. It was initialized in 1994. It adapts to the German model of technical training. And this system makes use of technical vocational training and hands-on training in factories and industries. So as I keep stressing on, hands-on training as well. So when you go out into the field of work, you are ready to perform, you are ready to function, right? So, right. So with the practical training, both theory and practical skills would be developed. And the core courses offered via the NSDP program is joinery, the journeyman program, master craftsman, mechanical engineering technology, and green tech facility. This program is a 3-year full-time program. Certification is provided by MICIT and the German Chamber of Crafts and Trade. And this is also a diploma program. Now, this program within the second year of training, so in the first year of training, you are at our centers doing most of the theoretical work. And in the second year of training, you will be attached to an industry, and that's for the apprenticeship phase of the program. And this is where you not only get the practical skills, but you get to work within the industry. So sometimes you might receive a training, but you're receiving the training probably within a confined space, within the classroom, you know, but within this program, you get first-hand training in the industry. So you really see how the world of work is, right? And this program, a stipend would be given for the period that you are attached to the industry, okay? This program is geared towards individuals between the age of 17 to 25 years. For this program as well, you are required to have 3 CXC subjects, maths, English, and a science subject, okay? So the 2 programs that you are required to have CXC subjects for are the ICP and the NSDP programs, right? And the 3 subjects required are maths, English, and a science subject, right? And last but not least, we have our short courses department that has been established. We are in the process right now of starting a new set of courses because there are some that have gone already. So these are the courses that we have. Now, you may be thinking, but I still in school, why I might want to do a short course? But there are so many young people, as I said before, who have been branching off and doing their own thing. There have been so many, so the line is now removed and you no longer have to wait until you're 18 or you no longer have to wait until you're 21 or 25 to launch your own business, to do something of your own and to develop your own skills, right? That you would be able to take care of yourself with in the future. So that is what these short courses are geared towards, right? So there's basic car maintenance, welding, fabrication, solar system installation, introduction to wind turbine technology. So there's a host of short courses that we also have to offer. Balloon art and decoration, jewelry making, wire jewelry making, shirts and pants design and repairs, bread and gourmet bread, sushi making, doubles making, right? So these are the courses that we have to offer. And as I said before, these are short courses. And some of them, as you will see in the presentation, the dates have already gone. So we are in the process of rolling out new dates to begin again for persons who are interested in our short courses department, right? So you all could feel free to contact us at mic.co.tt. We are also on Facebook and Instagram. That's mic.co.tt on both Facebook and Instagram. So you all can message us there. You all can see the courses that we have to offer. And if you go online to our website, that's www.mic.co.tt, you will be able to find all the information that I just presented to you, along with the forms that you can fill out online, and you can also fill out and drop into a center that is near you, right? So you all can feel free to contact us, okay? So now, as I said before, I will open the floor for you all to ask any questions or for me to provide any clarification that you all will need me to provide, okay?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joseph. We are waiting on the chat to see if there's any questions coming up for you. So none has come up as yet. Okay, we have a question.
Hi, good afternoon.
So a question coming your way. You would have spoken about the age of entry, but what is the maximum age for persons to enter these programs? Particularly the short courses.
Okay, so for the short courses, there are no maximum age. There's no maximum age for the short courses. So anyone who is willing and able could participate in our short courses.
Is certification given at the end of the course?
Yes, certification is given at the end of all of the courses. What is important to note is that MIC-IT is an accredited institution. So we have been accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. So there is no need to question if your courses would be accredited or if your certification will be recognized anywhere in Trinidad. You understand?
Any other questions for Ms. Joseph?
Would a stipend be received for these courses, and are these courses are these physical courses or online courses?
So firstly, the short courses, no stipend will be given for the short courses. So the short courses are courses that the persons who are interested will have to pay for, right? The programs that stipend are given for is the MUST program, the HYPE program, and within year 2 and 3 of the NSDP program, you receive a stipend. Those are the only programs that you receive a stipend for. And as it relates to whether it be face-to-face, some of the
Could you
courses...
give an average cost of
An average cost of?
A short course?
Okay. So I'll just go back to where the flyer was, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So these are some of the short courses that we have to offer, and these are the prices for them. So basic balloon art and decoration would be about $400. Jewelry making, precious metal design, $1,500. So the cost of each course differs. All right, it's all dependent on which course you are willing to pursue. So this is the cost of these courses that we have here. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, so we want to thank Ms. Joseph for that.
About face-to-face or online. So it's all dependent on which one of the courses that you desire to pursue. If it's a practical based course, we have no other choice but for persons to come in, but we will be adhering to all safety protocols, right? So the class number will be small in order to facilitate social distancing and all other safety protocols that would be required.
Okay, thank you. An additional question. Is it possible to do multiple courses at the same time?
Once it's a short course and they do not fall on the same day, yes, you can do multiple at the same time. As it relates to HYPE, MUST, and ICP, one program at a time.
Okay, Ms. Joseph, one more question. Where do students pursue food preparation in a higher in like
and can
or
students
closure of
complete
PhI?
courses while attending secondary school?
Okay, so the only courses you will be able to do while completing secondary school is our short courses. All other courses are full-time courses, right? So HYPE and MUST would be full-time, ICP and NSDP full-time. The short courses, however, are there to facilitate both the working and studying individuals.
All right. So thank you. No further questions at this time.
Excuse me, yes, there's a question, please.
Thank you so much
Ms.
for having me.
Prasad. Ms. Hari
I
Prasad
do
is trying
hope the
to ask a
students were
question, please.
able to get some information as it relates to what their next step would be. And I wish each and every one of you all the best. Okay, your guidance officers have my contact number, so feel free to contact me at any time if you require any information for any of your students. I look forward to seeing and hearing from some of you in the future. Don't be afraid when you start the program to say, hi, Miss Joseph, I heard your presentation and so date, and I was interested in starting, right? I look forward to hearing from you. All the best, guys.
Excuse me, Miss Joseph.
Thank you so much, Miss Joseph. Up next, we have with us students, Mr. Jason Kangali from Kenson.
Hi, good morning, students. My name is Jason Kangley. I'm from the Kenson School of Production Technology. I'm the student of... Now, again, my name is Jason Kangley. Now, believe it or not, I sat where you sat, I don't want to say how much years ago, but I sat where you sat maybe like 20 years ago. And I really wanted to know what I would do after secondary school. So in looking at the options, I needed guidance, and I really didn't have any guidance at the time, to be honest with you. When I finished secondary school, there wasn't even GATE, so it was even less options than you have today. And it was really a frightening time for me. So I understand where students are now, and I really wanted to share my journey for education after secondary school. So after secondary school, I really had no options, and I came from a poor family, and I really couldn't afford to go to university or anything like that. I did form 6. I had completed, I got my passes, and my only other options I felt for my own was going into the working world. But I decided to explore the options for furthering my education, because to be honest with you, there are students, there are people out there, hundreds of people out there with bachelor's degrees. There are even more or similar numbers with master's degrees. So when you're going out into the working world, you really have to figure out a way to differentiate yourself from the other individuals out there. Now, it may mean exploring options outside of university, outside of, going to a technical field. And I'll speak to you more about the technical field, the courses we have at Kenson. But I'm just letting you know that there are options out there. Don't be frustrated thinking that, that there's no longer GATE, or there are options out there. So let me just share my part. I really didn't think I would be able to pursue a tertiary education. I looked into all the options that were there, and I decided on writing SATs. Now, again, I'm from a rural part of Trinidad, a very poor area, and I honestly never thought I would go to the United States to study. But in writing the SATs, I ended up winning a scholarship to a US university. I did my bachelor degree. I did my master's degree, and I started a PhD program. All that from not knowing what I was going to do after secondary school. So I just letting you know again, you need to explore your options. Look at what passions you have, whether it be technical or you want to open your own business, entrepreneurial. There are lots of options there for you. It does not stop with secondary school. So that said, I'm just going to share a video of for the courses of my school, a little history of my school, and then I'll just give you the background of the information after, and then I'll open it up for questions. Right? So I'll share now. All right, guys. That was our video. Let me just share our PowerPoint really quick. So let me tell you a little bit about Kenson. The Kenson School of Production Technology envisions itself as the leading training provider in the energy sector locally, regionally, and internationally. These are some of the registrations and affiliations, and as you would have heard before in previous presentations, our accreditations. So we are accredited by ACTT, City and Guilds, and it's international recognition and local recognition. We have the two. So we have strong local and international affiliations. Sorry. Yeah, and our instructors are instructors drawn from the industry, so you get that experience, years of experience. We have competent-based programs and practical elements to our program. So every program is blended learning. You have the practical, which we do online, and the theory, which we do online, and the practical, which you come into the school for. We have 4 programs that you'd be interested in. They're level 3 diplomas. There's the process technician diploma, the instrumentation technician, electrical and mechanical technician. All these you could do after you've done CXC or Form 6. Additionally, we have short courses. These are some of our short courses: basic plumbing, defensive driving, basic welding, basic electrician, and floor and derrick man programs. These are our shorter courses, so they take 6 to 8 weeks to complete. Again, we are ACTT approved. We work with all the major oil companies in Trinidad and Tobago. So we work with BP, BHP, EOG, to name a few, and our students are placed in those programs after they graduate. Now we don't guarantee employment, but what happens? What happens is once you do good in the program, our company has been in the oil and gas sector for over 25 years. So we've supplied technicians to, again, the major oil and gas companies in Trinidad and Tobago. So if you've done good in our programs, and our programs are 1 year, our programs are 1 year, and you could do it while you're in Form 6. You could do it once you finish CXC. You can do it even after you start working. So while you're working, all our programs are in the evening or on Saturdays and Sundays. We do have some full-time programs for persons who wish to pursue after full-time. So it's basically working for 1 year. I mean, school for 1 year, and then you're able to work in the oil and gas sector. So with that said, I will direct you to, hold on. Sorry about that. I will direct you to our contact information, which is the website, which is www.kspt.edu.tt, or you could email me at student_affairs@kspt.edu.tt. We're on Facebook on Kenson School, and you can call to get more information. Our phone number is there. It's 688-8659. Also, again, as stated before, your lecturer, your guidance counselor has my number, and I'm open to speaking to any student about doing a program at Kenson. Again, the advantage we have is that at Kenson, our programs are just 1 year. So after 1 year of doing our programs, you could go straight to working in the oil and gas sector. So with that said, I could leave it open for any questions you guys may have.
Mr. Kangali, good afternoon, and thank you for that very detailed presentation. Is it possible to tell us the average cost of any of your 1 year programs? And is your program GATE approved?
Our program was GATE approved. We are currently looking at GATE approval again. So we would have GATE approval for September. Usually the cost of our programs are a bit, it's 25,500 for the year. And what we do is we ask students to pay a down payment of 25,500 for the year. And what we do is we ask students or parents to pay a down payment of 3,500, and you pay off the rest over the course of 8 months to reduce the actual, like the pressure of paying the full amount. But what I will say is that after completing our course, and if you get a job as oil and gas technician, automatically you're looking at a salary of average around 12 to 20,000 per month.
Okay, thank you. I know that you would have said that courses at Kenson gives students an opportunity to work in the energy sector jobs.
Yes.
Could you please relay some of the areas that are more popular that a lot of your trainees would go into?
Yeah, we have 4 programs that four disciplines. So it's the process technician, the mechanical technician, the electrical technician, and the instrumentation technician. All those fields are popular in the oil and gas sector. I will say that the process technician is where we get a lot bigger class sizes, because with the process technician is not only limited to the oil and gas sector. You could go to work, you could work at TNTech, you could work at WASA after completing that program. And we have had students that go on to working at such places. They work at Massey. Yeah, it's not really more popular, but it's more subscribed for the program. But we get applications or vacancy notices from a lot of oil companies, and they request, even the mechanical technician request students in our program for jobs in those fields. So mechanical, electrical is very popular also.
Final question, sir. Is an internship part of your program?
Yes, we have internships. And what we do, again, once you apply and you get into the program, once you do good in the class, we tend to take the better students for the internship. It's basically we can't take everybody. Um, yeah, so we look at the better students for the internship. Now, again, we have the school at Kenson, and we also have the Kenson group. The Kenson group has been providing technicians to the major oil and gas companies for over 25 years. So once you've done good in the programs, we try to filter you over to the Kenson group where you will work for our clients. And our clients include BP, BHP, EOG, Shell, Heritage, Paria, a large number of companies we provide technicians for. There's also, you can apply to get a scholarship for the program, which means the cost of 25,500 would be completely covered for that 1 year. And we do that scholarship every year. So you could look on the website. Again, the website is www.kspt.edu.tt. And you do our application, and then you do the application for the scholarship.
Thank you,
more?
Mr.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Kangulu, that is our final question. And of course, we are very grateful for your presence here with us this afternoon. Your presentation was very insightful and enjoyable. So once again, all the best.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the technical issue. I'll try to rectify that for the next one. The sound kind of conked out on me, but again, students, if you all need additional information, please call the number there. There also, my number is available on WhatsApp, and your guidance counselor has that number. So you can reach out to them, and I will reply to you any additional information that you need. And thanks for having me today.
Thank you for your presence. Up next, we have Ms. Roselle Barton. She is a young entrepreneur who does an excellent job in nails. She is in the beauty business and she is very talented. Ms. Roselle Barton.
Hello?
Hi, and now we have Miss Barton.
Hi, yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let me just put on. Good. Hi, everyone. Hi. So glad to be here. Everyone, you hearing me? You hearing me good? Seeing me good?
Yeah.
All right, good, good, good. So my name is Rizal Barton. Nice to meet you all. I believe I have Form 3, 4s, and 5s. Am I correct? All right, I'm not hearing anyone, but I guess you all hearing me. So hi, all the way from Princestown. Hello, hello, good day, wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago, kids, teens, hi. So my name is Rizal and I'm from Rizal Studio, and we are located High Street, Princestown. Upstairs, what we used to call Burger King, it's no longer Burger King. Sorry, Burger King moved out, but we're upstairs, our building just across the street from Republic Bank. Now I have, where do we begin? I have been in the industry, I'm a nail technician, sorry. I've been a nail technician for the past about 15 15 years. And I loved the beauty industry. As a teen, I attended Princeton Senior Comprehensive, junior and senior. At that time, it was junior and senior. And I was confused as to where to begin, where to start my career. I mean, in Form 3, most persons, some of them knew what they wanted to become, and I, on the other hand, I was having a tough time with figuring out what do I go into sciences, do I go into business. So I was intrigued with the environment and the science of stuff. So I ventured into the science of the scientific aspect. So by the time I was in Form 4, I chose science subjects. I did well, but I wanted more. Even though I was doing the sciences, I still had a love for the beauty industry because of my stepmother. She, at that time, was a hairdresser, a well-known hairdresser, and I saw her do something with a strand of thread, people, a strand of thread. She took a strand of thread, right, on color, pass it through some white nail polish, and she dabbed that thing all over the nail, kind of slide it through the nail. And I saw this and I was like, she knocked the wind out of me. I was like, wow. And I wanted to do that. And I wanted to do more than that. I wanted to see if that could have blown my mind. What else could have blown my mind in this industry? Wow, well, that was about 12 years ago. So at 17, I was introduced, 16 and a half, 17, I was introduced to YTEP. So I found out, yes, YTEP. And I was trained in YTEP in beauty therapy. I won the nail art competition for the South area at that time because I loved nail art. I told you I was fascinated, I was blown away by it. And even though I did nail technology, or I began with the fundamentals of nail technology, which would have been manicure, pedicures. I learned at YTEP facials, basic facials, how to wash and set a hair. My parents wanted me to be the traditional a doctor, a lawyer. Now, nothing is wrong with becoming a doctor or a lawyer, right? It's just that at that time I thought that it wasn't for me, and I found like I was missing out on something. So I ventured into, I am located in Princeton. Yes, someone sent a message. I see Princeton, opposite Republic Bank, right, upstairs. Yes. So I'll give you the information. I'll give you all that information later on. And so I did sciences, I did good at it, really good. I did environmental engineering, technology, and then I did a degree in occupational health and safety. I even worked in the oil and gas industry, and then I was like, okay, what now? I felt like I did it, to please my mom, my dad, but what about, inside of me, I wanted more. I wanted to do more. And at this, even though I was pursuing my career in engineering and in environmental engineering, I still did the nails on the side, a side hustle, if you'll call it that, a side hustle. The nails, it was the side hustle until it took over and it became the first and only hustle, right? And up to this day, I do enjoy, I teach as well, I do enjoy teaching students about nail technology, the science of it, getting to understand, because when you understand the basics, it's easy to go on to advance. So what I do, let me tell you what I specialize in. I specialize in manicures, pedicures, nail enhancements, such as gels, the structured gels, gel polish as well, of course, but we are nail enhancement. So the gels, I do acrylics. I also do acrygel. I use an acrygel product, which is sort of a hybrid, part gel, part acrylic. I also do eyelash extensions. Eyelash extensions, such as they last from 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks, depending on how the client, how they maintain their lashes. I do makeup, I do waxing as well. And as I say, I teach. So I don't know if anyone has questions to me. I want to go into I have classes that I offer. So once you're interested, I'll go through the classes. So I do the full nail technology class, and that would comprise of the nail anatomy, learning the parts of the nail, because I believe when you learn the parts of the nail, you'll understand how to care for your client's nails and not just to do a service. Yes, there are so many things out there. There are ombre nails. You find the confetti on the end, the glitter nails, the mylar flakes, chrome. So many things are trending, but you still want to take care. You want to care for your client's nails. This is how you keep your customers, because you don't just want that they come in, they pay you for a service, they go, and then it's not quality. It's pretty, but it's not lasting long. You want it to last them long. You want to, because your customers become almost like your friends. They put money in your pocket. And so you want to treat them well. You want to treat their nails with the best care. You want to preserve their eyelashes, their skin if you're doing makeup. Whatever you do, you want to preserve your customers' natural beauty. Yes? Natural beauty, we don't really hear much about it. We hear about the glam and you glam up the face and you glam up the nails and everything glamorous, but you really want to care and preserve the customer's natural nails and skin and hair, right? So the classes, I have classes that fit your budget. So if you don't want to do the full class is $4,000, and we provide a kit. We provide kits for you. I will give my contact number and information on WhatsApp at the end, so you could feel free to contact me. You could send your questions so that I can answer if you have questions. So we also do acrylic classes. The acrylic we do them separate, I should say. So if you're interested in just starting with the manicure pedicure, you want to try it, you want to see how it is. It's that I charge, we charge $1,600. That's a 2-week class. And how I do the classes is that I liaise with you, the student, to find out of times that would best suit you, because some of you, I know you go to school, so it would be on a Saturday, a Sunday, or on evenings after class. Some of you have lessons, or you're jam-packed and booked. So this is why I usually would like to liaise with you to find or communicate with you a time that would be perfect for you and perfect for both of us then, right? Yeah. I do acrylic classes. The acrylic classes, what I offer in the acrylic classes, the nail anatomy, which is the structure of the nail, understanding its function, understanding nail sculpting. Please excuse that, someone turned on the pipe. Nail sculpting, nail preparation, acrylic application, and that's 2 months. A 2 months class, 2 classes per week, right? We do 2 classes per week, and we also do gel application classes, right? Which is $2,500. If you're interested in nail art classes, it's $1,600, and that's a 2-week class. And I also do eyelash extensions, the classics. Classic eyelashes are actually where you take one of the, so this is, let's say this is just a demonstration. This could be like your natural lash. We attach one synthetic or false lash to the client's natural lash. And that usually lasts from 4 to 6 weeks. The longest I've seen is 8 weeks, right? And I could go more in depth into that. As I say, you all could contact me. I know we have a limited time here, so I'm gonna try to be as not too long. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but at the same time, give you some valuable information. So as I said, the eyelash extension classes, those it's for $2,500. We provide kits, and a certificate of participation is given at the end of it. I don't only train persons, but I also leave room where you could, so at the end of the classes, we have where we allow the students to come in, work with us to be able to get some hands-on, with the customer, because it's one thing learning, but you're gonna have to, you want to build a clientele. So we give you the know-how, how to build your clientele, a good, strong clientele. We tell you how to keep your clients coming back, keep them coming back, keep that rotation. And we also teach you how to be professional about it, because some people say nails, but it's how you present it, how you present yourself as the nail technician or eyelash technician or beautician. It's always about your presentation and the quality of work that you provide for your customers. Yes, so they say customers are always right. They really are right. We ought to listen to them, hear what they have to say, and advise as to how advise them as to, okay, this is what I've done. I've done a service. Let's say I've done an acrylic. I've done full length acrylic, because these things are trending now. Some of you are on TikTok, Instagram. I know you're on Instagram, TikTok. Some of you not. That's okay. But there are some long nails trending. These long nails, right? They are long. All right. Some people love that. Some people like the short traditional nails, your pink and white French. So they would come in and want long nails, but depending on what's your hobbies, your activities, it mightn't be the right thing to recommend that they do. So yes, you're gonna give your input, you're gonna, guide the customer, but we're not gonna take them and say, here, you're gonna do this and you're gonna do this right now. No, nobody likes that. So I also teach how to properly communicate with your customer. Sometimes how to sense body language, because some customers, their body language will tell you a lot. They mightn't say, no, I don't want that, or I don't like what you do, no, I'm in pain. But their body would show that they're in pain. They might be like, don't file so hard, So these are things that we teach. I like to make learning fun. I like to make it interactive. I like my students to keep a good communication with me. Now, I have a student right here, but would you be able to, yes? She's a bit shy. She's shy. So let me show you some of my work, all right? So I do nail art. I love nail art. I love cartoon characters. I love the Ariel, the princess, the Disney princess, the Moana, the Lilo and Stitch, Mickey Mouse. I love that. I love to do pink and white. I love to do everything in nails. So even if I'm telling you that I like to do this and I like to do that, you say, but she like to do everything. That's everything. Yes. Oh my God. I told you I was blown away by what my stepmom did with this thread, slinging through this nail. I was like, oh my God, she's the Zorro of nails. She was like, and there was a design. So it's art, nail art. I mean, in the nail industry, there's room for art. There's room for, yes, all those who doing your science out there. I mean, there's a bit of organic chemistry. Yeah, there's a bit of it in this industry, because you're understanding your product knowledge. Those of you who don't like chemistry, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Chemistry may not be a friend, okay? But I will make learning fun. So you may not, it could be, now nail technology could be a side hustle. It could be a side hustle because it helped pay my tuition when I was doing my degree, a degree in occupational health and safety. So it did pay for my books. It helped. So I thank God, Almighty God, for that, for the skill, and for having this skill. And now I would not have known that I had this skill until I would have taken the class at Whitehall, educated myself and learned the basics. And when I tasted the basic, I was like, okay, it's palatable. I could have more. Maybe I could have more. I could have more. And I hold about 23 certificates, because listen, if I see a safari course, as I said, safari, let me show you my little friend here. I did him some years ago. I don't know if you could see him. Yes, it's a giraffe, people, that I made out of acrylic. This was done years ago. He got in a little accident and lost one of his hair, but it's Melville. Yeah, he has a little, you see, he has something in the mouth there. Yeah. So this is acrylic. If you look, you see a nail. So it's done on a nail. All right, this was a safari. It's a safari nail that I did. So I mean, you never stop learning. So whatever you love, you educate yourself in it. You make sure that you become the best at that craft, the best. Always excel and let you be your own competition. You're not gonna study what that one doing and this one doing. You be your own competition. You want to be the best version of you could be. Yeah. So this was my little safari. Yes. And I also do characters such as, okay, some of you may know who this character is. Maybe if I show you the whole name, let me show you the whole name, right? The whole set. So could I flip the camera? Yes, I can. Okay. So I hope the lighting is good. It's not that good. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so this I don't know why my camera. Okay, good. Hope you guys can see it. It's sort of moving. Hold on. All the way. Okay. Got it. So we have Ariel, Flounder, and Ursula. So these were hand painted by yours truly. I also did Moana, baby Moana. Yes. And for those of you, the little one Stitch fan, Stitch. Yes, did some marble designs. These two are marble design. Yeah. And of course, some clients, they love rhinestone. Some, you can see more of my work. I am on Instagram. Those of you who have pen and paper, you might, most likely you would want to take down my Instagram page. It's PNK. So it's at PNK _ For those of you who don't know what the underscore is, the long dash, not the short dash, yes, underscore pineapple underscore salon, right? Yes. So PNK underscore pineapple underscore salon. On Facebook, you can find me at Razel Salon, RAEZELLESALON. That's no space. So you can find, you see Polish Beauty Salon. Yes, you'll see different names. Forgive me. Yeah, Polish Beauty Salon. Yes, and for those of you who would like to WhatsApp me, I am at 353-8624. You could WhatsApp me, ask me any questions about nails. I'll be more than willing to answer questions. All right, and so I've come to the end of my presentation there. Oh, not quite. So what I wanted to share with you, some of you might say nails. I mean, you ever ask yourself, how long has this nails thing been around? Maybe that industry, who knows, maybe the beauty industry might be around for long. Hello, newsflash. The beauty industry have been around for a long, long time. So we could go back as into the, how far? I think in the Ice Age. Yes, the Ice Age. They would have used the skin of animals, the hide, the buff nails. Yeah, they would have used Cleopatra, Queen Nefertiti, Egyptians. They would have polished their nails. Nefertiti, in particular, it is said in history that she would have liked to use henna. Some of you know is henna. Henna, yes, henna to stain the nail. Yeah, yes, the Chinese nails was something that was a symbol of your rank in society. So if you had long nails, you were known to be one of the ancients. Some of them would paint the nails gold, and gold and silver were only reserved for royals. Not just any old commoner could wear gold and silver. Now we have gold chrome, silver chrome, chameleon chrome, all sorts of chrome, right? For those of you who don't know what chromes look like, sort of iridescent, metallic, yes. Yes, so yes, as I was saying, so the Greeks, even the soldiers, when they go into battle, they would paint red lipstick on their lips and stain their nails red. Yes, so the beauty industry, and in the 1970s, I don't know how much of you know a guy by the name of Jeff Pink, but he's known to have invented pink and white, or let's say a clear base and a white French, the French manicure nails. Yes, I love French manicure. Yes, he would have invented it. In the 1970s, that's where monomer and polymer, when I say monomer and polymer, monomer would be the acrylic liquid, polymer would be the acrylic powder. So that's when it started to get famous. The first acrylic set would have been done in the 1970s. And up to this day, we have seen where the beauty industry, I mean, people love to look good. And it has been so from the dawn of time, I guess you could say. So I've seen this, I've been in the industry and I've seen it, it's been constantly growing. They have, right now, there's an acrygel product. So some of you might know acrylic, some of you might know gels. The acrygel product is one that you paste onto the nail. I'm sure some of you have seen this before. You paste it onto the nail. Just a minute. Just a minute. Hold on. All right, so I have some of the product here. So let me show you. I'll do a demonstration for you. So, some of you might know about the acrylic, yeah, the one with the funky high smell, but there's odorless acrylic as well. All right, so you don't have to use the one with the odor. Fine. So, let's see what it's all about, shall we? Just getting my brushes ready. So I'm going to demonstrate one nail with this hybrid product that I've been going on about. You're like, what is this? What is this about? So this is what the product looks like. So if you are, you may not be familiar with gel, this is the acrygel product. Let me show you what gel looks like, right? So this is gel. See, oh, wait, let me give you a dark background. So this is gel. See how it's stringy? Yes. This is builder gel. So it's used to build structure, to build a nail. So you see the difference. Now we have something called, this is just to show you how the nail industry has been growing and growing and growing, and they have been giving us different products to work with. So I put it on the nail. This is just to show you. So let's say this is your tip, or you have natural nails and you want to preserve your natural nails, right? Without the smell, you don't want the high smell of the acrylic, although I said there are odorless products on the market that you could purchase. Yes, the extensions. All right, so I'm taking my brush. All right, and you put it in the slip solution. So, yeah, dark background fade. Yes, this might be good. And so, how, right? Like you're just patting this into place, literally patting into place. This is just to show you what this hybrid product is about. I mean, these are things to blow your mind, right? So sometimes you wet, and when you find it sticking to the brush, you wet it in the step solution and you go again. And you could pat this until it's in place, it's smooth, it's nice, you're comfortable with where it is on the nail, and you put it into the UV lamp to cure, right? So this could be done as an overlay over your natural nails, right? I just went quick. It could be done over your natural nails to protect it. Those of you who in water, a lot of water, the water somehow doesn't really, it doesn't, I don't like to say that the water would damage your extensions, but once you, I mean, if you invested into doing nails, I mean, you would want to protect it. The washing wares, you know, you have the little pot scrubs, those things could tear off or scrape the gel polish. So you want to, I mean, you want to take care of the enhancements, yes? I did some, I have on nails, but I want to protect them. I don't want to, when I'm using products that they're, you know, getting spoiled. So you can put this acrygel over your client's natural nails to protect it, to preserve it. And you could put it over tips. You could do, I personally don't like to do it for glitter. I like my gel, my traditional builder gel, to encapsulate stuff because it's shiny, it's clear, it's clean, it's crisp. So yes, just to show you how the industry has been growing. So it grew from the 1970s to just acrylic. Then later on in the 1990s to gels, yeah, to gel polish, UV gel polish. Imagine now you don't have to wait on your polish to dry. You put it in the lamp and it cures. As soon as they come out, you could put on a whole sneaker. Your clients could put their feet into a sneaker without getting it smudged. These are things long ago you put on a nail polish, you're blowing, you're with a dryer, you're fanning your hand like you're ready to take flight. You know what I mean? Yes, just to get the nails dry. No, I mean, this is just to show you the evolution of the industry, how it's growing. So it's a good industry. I personally love it. I love doing it. I have a daughter, and I started teaching her. Mind you, she's only 1 year older. She's with this brush and dabbing, nothing chemical, of course, but she sees what I do, and she's growing to love it. And later on, maybe she would want to go on her own path. But that's the thing. You, the student, you out there who I'm speaking to, you would know. You may not know, I should say, at this point in time, what you want to become. Some of you already know it. At age 19, I would have this, and that's good. You have your goals. You set your goals. Nothing is wrong with that. But there are some of you out there who I know may not know what career path to take. Should I go left? Should I go right? Should I go straight ahead? No, but it takes, for me, I had to put God in it and ask him, Lord, what should I do? Where should I go? And what blew my mind was the nails. And I thought, okay, let me see if I really love this. Let me see if I have a love for it. And when I did my class and with White Up, and I saw that, okay, I like cleaning people's feet. I like cleaning their hands. I like massaging their hands. I like making them, the look on the client's face when they're satisfied with the work that you give them. That's priceless. That is priceless. And I really enjoyed that and loved it. I just wanted to show you what my student would have done. So, okay, so what she would have done is she would have marbled the acrylic, yes, like a fluorescent yellow and a neon green. So yeah, she's mixing there. So any questions? I would like to take any questions at this point in time. If you have questions for me, I'm excited about the questions. Yes, anyone, any questions?
Ms. Barton, we definitely have questions.
Yes, good.
And we'll start it right off.
What?
One student is asking how COVID has impacted your business.
Oh, that's a good question. That is a good question. Well, how COVID impacted?
COVID-19.
COVID-19, yes. So in 2019, I mean, I was hearing about it in China, thinking, not even going to come true that it might come, but it might stand the test of time. Wow. At that point in time, I was pregnant, and I would have the location. I changed locations. It has impacted me because I would have changed. Well, this would have been before. I would have changed locations before COVID-19 actually started in Trinidad. And by the time it hit, and we were in lockdown. I had to, at that time I had my daughter. That's the April. By March, I believe we were in lockdown. The April, I had my daughter, and I mean, after having her about 2 months, I started back. There were clients coming home, so I would have had them, taking all the protocols, wearing their masks, sanitizing, washing their hands before they come in. And I would have done nails from our enclosed gallery. It's enclosed, but fresh air. We could open the windows and fresh air. So it impacted, it hit. I mean, the clients were afraid. I didn't know. I just know I had to be safe about it. Having a safety background, health and safety, I wanted everything to be safe for my baby. I have my grandmom at home, my husband, and I wanted everything to be safe for us, our family. So it did impact because some of the clients, I would have lost some of my clients back then and gained new ones, but lost it because it took about 6 months after for clients to actually start to come back out, to want to leave their homes, to come. And when by Christmas or December of 2020, my husband and I we started getting messages from clients. We started to sense that, hey, a lot of customers, they're coming back. They want to come. And what we did is that we moved to this location that we're at presently in Princestown, where those of you who know where Burger King is upstairs, we would, first shop on your right, sorry, yeah. We would have moved to Princestown. We relocated here because we know a lot of people would have wanted to come at home and, washroom facility, that kind of thing. I wanted to, I don't want a lot of crowd or a lot of people, different people coming into the home. I mean, we clean the home. As soon as after customers, we wipe down, we clean. It's the same thing we do at the salon, but we thought that it would have been more, it would have been better to have a salon, right, away from my grandmom, who's elderly, my great aunt, my daughter, our daughter. We thought that, and we thank God that we did. We had faith in God and launched out and came back, and wow, I mean, the people, they were waiting and they were happy. I think around Christmas time you started to see more and more people venturing to come back into the towns to shop. They of course, you're keeping with protocols. It's your social distancing, washing your hands before entering. We even take, at this point, that you wash your hand or we sanitize your hands when you come in. We take your temperature to see if you have people, we ask you along the way. I mean, and sometimes you could look and see if someone isn't feeling well and say, you don't have to do this nails today, you could always come back, and customers love when you care for them. So yes, COVID-19 did affect our business, and we thank God that people aren't as afraid as last year, and because I guess we're getting accustomed to the new normal. Yes. Any other, that answers the question?
Yes, answers it very well. We have another question. A student wants to know if you need to be able to draw in order to do nails.
Nails, all right. So if you could be you could be doing crapple for chicken scallops. I could teach you how to do nail art. I can teach you. Right? So you don't have to be the best artist out there, but there are ways in which I can show you how to draw to make it easier. Yes, and there are so many things on the market right now. You may not need to draw. Yes, yes, yes. Call me, we'll have a chat about it.
Nice.
All right.
Nice, nice. And they want to know if these the programs that you would have spoken about, the training programs, are they open to students and are they offered part-time?
Yes, they are open to students. I teach as young as you. You could be 8 years old. I'll start teaching. I usually teach well, that's before the pandemic. I used to have like a camp, summer camp for kids, teaching them nail art. So I teach once you're past 8, I like to say from 8 or up to any age, I teach you, right? And yes, I do part-time. As I said, I like to communicate with the customer, with you, the student, to find out of a good time, a time that's best suited for you. And if it's evening time, after work time, that's okay. Yes, we do part-time, full-time. So if you're sorry,
go right ahead.
Like if you're working, a working student, or you work, that's okay. Just you and I could talk about it and we'll land a good time where you're available. We could even do some virtual classes, yes, for the theory part of it.
Next question. Do you take requests from clients even if it's a style that you are not aware of?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Do you take requests from clients even if it's a style that you are not aware of?
All right. What if I take styles from clients? One more time with that question. Do I?
Do you take requests from clients? Even if it is a style that you are not aware of?
Yes, I do. What I try to get is, I liaise with the customer. I would try to get them to talk to me, show me a picture. So what I do, I say, listen, if you have a picture before, if you're a walk-in customer, I understand. So I would liaise with you, say, okay, so sometimes it's difficult for the customer to call the style by the term, the right terminology. So they might say, I want the nails sparkly. So I would try to show them what I have, show them different designs from what I may have done on the pictures that I might have on my phone or in my portfolio, and say, is this what you're talking about? Tell me how the nail looked in the photo, because some people have a picture of it in their mind. So I try to bring the picture from in their mind onto their nails. So yes, I even if I don't know, I don't know the term they're referring to it as, because I might know the nail technology terminology, right? But they might just know, look, I just want my nails to look good and I want that little shiny metallic look. So I might know that's chrome she's talking about, So I do take designs. If you have a photo, I usually say, okay, because it shows me what you like and what you want. And if you want it exactly like that, I give it exactly like that to the best of my ability. So yes.
And another question, how did you get your business? Once you would have started your business, how did you get that business boosted? And what advice would you give to any upcoming entrepreneur?
Okay, how I boosted it and what advice. So when I started, and I would have won, the night after winning the nail competition that I entered with White, a lady saw the model's nail and she would have hired me. She wanted me to come into her establishment to do nails, right, on commission at that time. And I was thrilled. I was happy for that opportunity. And I started. It wasn't easy, because even though I had the basics, it wasn't enough. So I had to seek to get to be educated more, to learn more about the know-hows of the nails, because I was training manicure pedicures. I knew how to put on a tip and file it. At that point in time, tips were in. People wanted tips. The comfort tips, extend my nails, make it longer, buff it, make it look nice, and paint it, airbrush it, or nail art. Those were the styles back then. And I was okay with that, but and I did it to the best of my ability. And the customers that were pleased, they saw that their nails lasted, and they kept coming. And what I did when they come in, I tried to rebook them for the next appointment and the next appointment. And they trusted, they built a trust with me, and that's what kept the customers flowing. That's what kept the flow of the customers. And I can't just say that alone. I give praise and thanks to Almighty God for that, right? For that He did that. But keeping the customers or getting the customers, how the business was able to get off the ground was by giving quality service to the customers and giving just doing appointments with them. Evening. No, you could come in. So you see customers coming. So it's, yeah, I'll be able to do it for you. Okay. Yes, good. So and how it got off the ground was by giving quality service, as I said, and educating, keep on educating, because remember I said this industry, it moves. So you have to keep educating yourself in what's new, what's trending, you know, and that by the grace of God helped. It helped. Oh, and advice, yes, advice for you young entrepreneurs out there. What should I say? Your passion would help. I mean, how do you form a passion with something you know nothing of? You have to give it a try. See if you could build a love for it. You like doing it. It becomes a love. You fall in love with it. Sometimes you don't. All right, and I'm not going to force you to stay in it. Some people only special, they would do manicures and pedicures. Some people do the nail enhancement, right? Yeah. Right. So some people do the nail enhancement in their salon or establishment. So some of the jobs out there for nail technicians, some of you there's rental of stations. Some of you may want your own salon, right? How you can do that if you want to rent a station at somebody's establishment. What I do is, I do with my students is to do a portfolio where you'll work and you will work with me to get hands-on experience, because back then it had no on-the-job training. The job, you got the job, you do your best, and that was it. So even though you do the classes, the courses with me, I take you in, meaning after the classes, you still come, you're gonna get hands-on experience. You're gonna see how to service clients, you know, real talking clients, you know, and that's, it may not be easy because you're going to be nervous. See, some people nervous, they don't know, like, miss, okay, but I'm right there to guide you along, you know, and to tell you, okay, be calm. And this is how you build trust with your customer. So that I teach. So those of you who want to boost, who are out there and you have your business or you have a business in mind, first, put God first. Put God first. In everything you do, you have to put God first. Listen, we could plan all we plan. If it's not God's will for your life, you'll see that it just doesn't work, right? But talk to God about it, and that has helped me. I mean, some of you might say she's religious. No, God has helped. Yeah, in Jesus' name, He has helped me because to take me from the industry to nails. I mean, if I was working in the industry, I might have lost my job. And then what? You know, I might have been on the breadline. So if this is your dream, if this is your passion, this is what you want to do, stick with it and educate yourself. Make sure that you reach the highest level of education in that industry, that you dominate that industry. Yes? I mean, we were put here to have dominion on the earth, not on each other, but the earth. So you know you dominate whatever it is. It could be nails, it could be engineering, it could be you want to be a barber, whatever you want to do. Just make sure put God in it and ensure that you build a love for it. Yes, and once you have that love for it, you go. But when you have your business, even though you have the passion, she said, even though you have your passion, you're still going to need to manage your time. Hi, evening. Hi. I'm good. You're still gonna have to manage your time. And you're gonna have to manage it on our Zoom. You're still gonna have to manage your time, manage your products. So a bit of time management, financial management is needed inside of there. So those are training you'll have to get. Financial management, time management, financial management, which is important because it's as much as how the cash is gonna come in, but what you do with the cash. Sometimes you spend it. You have to know how you spend it, right? Financial management. I believe I answered the question. Any other question?
We actually have quite a few questions for you.
All right. Let me try. Sweat.
Okay, so first one we have, I know you mentioned that you do online classes. Do you have a virtual class right now at this moment?
The visual class that I have, no, I have a student with me this morning, but at this moment right now, she's a bit shy. She doesn't want to come on. But what happened is there's a plastic shield, there's a shield in front of her. So you see me without my mask, right? That's only because there's a shield in front of her. She's well masked up. She has a mask. But I do visual. I like to give that option. I don't like to move with a limit. I mean, we are in a time where, I mean, you could video call someone, you could WhatsApp call. So I leave room for the students where there's not, I can't, you know, like that I can't option. You can, I can. If you are willing, I can. So I have that option. But no, I'm not on a visual class right now. Yes, next question.
So I think that that student is probably interested in joining a virtual class with you, right?
All right.
They are definitely interested.
So they can contact me at 353-8624. You could WhatsApp me, right? At 353-8624.
All right. So I have two questions here. One question pertains to waxing. All right. Is it difficult to learn? And of course, is there a specific technique when it comes to waxing?
Yes, there's a technique involved in waxing. Is it difficult? No, once you follow the technique. Yes. So it's not difficult. But there's a technique, yes.
All right. And of course, this is a comment. Your nails are very beautiful. So one student wants to know if you, if it is that you think of all the designs yourself, or is it that you look at certain designs and then you replicate them?
Right. So the mean if I'm inspired by other designs. Yes, I'm inspired. I don't plagiarize, meaning I don't copy. If the client wants me to plagiarize, meaning take exactly, I still try to give it a little result, put a little result in it, you know, to get it a little different, you know, because I like, oh gosh, you know, this is this person, but let me give it a little difference now, you know. And yes, I'm inspired by other people's work. I try to tag them. Once I'm inspired by it, I try to see if they're on Instagram. I try to tag them so I don't plagiarize. If I could use plagiarize in this industry, I'd use it, but in a sentence there. And the work that I did, I would have taken pictures of Ariel or the cartoon characters, and I would have drawn from the pictures. So I would have looked at it and outline it, draw it, and then paint the design. So some comes from my mind. Once the customer say, Rizal, you do your thing. It comes from here. But once they bring a picture, I'm inspired by it and I give them try to give them that replica. Yes.
All right. So thanks so much for that. We have your contact information here available. And of course, you will be distributing it to the students.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Much. I enjoyed it. So we finished with questions, yes?
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you all for having me. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Shalom. God bless you. You students out there, I mean, all the best in your exams. All the best. Love you. Thank you. All right. Take care. Thanks for having me.
Students, I'm sure this has been a day that has been filled with moments of excitement, moments of positivity. I'm sure you have been inspired. You would have had a variety of experiences. You know, and as I go through what has happened today, I want you to know that really this career fair is about you choosing a career. Choosing a career, if you haven't thought about it as yet, I would like you to start to get yourself in that kind of activity. I would like you to start planning for your future. And when you do that, I want you to know that really you are considering, you are making a decision about the quality of life and the experiences you will have on a daily basis. You know, a career is so, so very important. So as we come to the end of this day, I hope you leave with that message. If I want to have a good life, if I want to have a good experience, good experiences, I really need to think about the career I am going to get myself into. Thank you so much.
Hi, afternoon, students. I know that we've had a long day, but I want to thank you so much for joining with us. I hope that the career fair was to your benefit. I hope that you would have learned quite a lot of information that has been shared today. We ask that you stay safe. Yeah, I understand that we have some stringent measures over the next 21 days as a country. So I'm encouraging you to stay safe in the midst of the pandemic. Whatever you do, and keep God in your hearts. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. Bye-bye.